So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this online workshop today that we have on Southern Africa. We're focusing 100% on Southern Africa and on the renewable and storage opportunities that these countries represent going forward. And today we have quite an interesting day. We have 4 sessions. In the first session, we're going to focus on what is next for renewables and storage in Southern Africa. On the second session, we focus on case studies of flexibility solutions for on-grid and on-grid environments. On the third session, we focus on resilient and decarbonized mining with renewables and storage. And finally, the last session, we talk about financing renewables plus storage projects in Southern Africa. So as you can see, it's a very interesting and very content-charged day. In total, there's 4 sessions and it's around about 4 hours. So we welcome you to participate on this workshop with us. So how can you participate? Okay, so first of all, in the 4 sessions, we have different speakers and they're going to be changing through the day, but you can send questions to us, and the questions, you can send them through the Q&A box at the bottom. Okay, so anytime, send them, and what we will do is we'll try and get to them in each session, and if not, we'll clear them for the next. Okay. Now, another thing that I'm going to ask you, for all of you who are there in the audience, is please, if you could use the chat on the right-hand side to introduce yourselves, your companies, and where you're connecting from. We're all connecting from different places. This is a very diverse workshop today, so it will be excellent to hear, from you, where are you working, what is your company, and a little bit more, so that we understand, where you're all based. And also, as speakers, we love to see it as well. So please warm welcome and share with us. That on the one hand, but remember, for your questions, they will get lost if you do them on the chat. So please, we ask that you use the Q&A box at the bottom. It makes it so much easier for us to manage the questions, okay, and to be able to deal with them. So now that you understand this, just to remind you, this is all being recorded. So you're going to have the option to watch it again. You're going to have the option to send it to your colleagues if you want. We will send you a link, an email with a link where you can see the recordings and also access all of the materials that you can see online. The point of these workshops is twofold. One is that you understand things and concepts that you might have not had the chance to do otherwise, so new content, that you learn about these things. And the second is networking. I know it's a little bit strange because you're staring at the screen, right? And so are we. But the bottom line is you get the names in the companies, in the institutions that are important to your business, to your developments, to your projects, and that you connect with them because you get emails in these materials. So it's very much a knowledge transfer, but also an ability to get to know, the companies that can help you materialize those projects that you have in mind. Okay. So this is just a little bit of a welcome and so that you get a little bit the lay of the land. But without further ado, I'd like to ask my colleague and the tech deck to change over so that we can introduce you to the first session, because for us, time is of the essence at all times. So we learn to get your teeth in so that all of your time allocation and all of your time investment, you can actually get in interesting and useful information. So the first session, we're going to be talking about what is next for renewables and storage in Southern Africa. And we have 4 experts with us today who are going to be talking in depth into this. And now that, as sort of the chair and the presenter have arrived and I've given you a little bit the lay of the land, I'm going to pass it on to the moderator for this next session, who is Joe. And I'd like to introduce Joe and to ask you, Joe, please, to take the stage and just start with your session.
Hi. Morning, everybody. Sorry for that. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Berlin. And I think thank you to ATI. They have the most exciting workshops and seminars. So it's an exciting morning. It's great to be here. I think that we also need to thank the sponsors that make this happen so that we can all engage and talk. Yeah, it's the floor is open. The topic on this one, I want to give a little bit of maybe background globally, because when we want to engage on topics, we always reflect outwards and then reflect back into it when we look into the Southern Africa, the SADC context. So if we look at the world's very much hammered after COVID-19 in 2020, the renewable energy sector remained remarkably resilient. And this was really driven by strong fundamentals, because there was a supportive policies, there was supportive environments. So we had rapid technology improvements and decreasing costs of renewable energy resources, along with increased competitiveness. We've seen battery storage rising. The nascent disruptor is coming to the fore and have made renewables more competitive energy sources in many areas. And we know that there was immense supply chain constraints. I think we all know about the rising cost of shipping, key commodities, capacity installations remained at an all-time high. But wind and solar and storage still saw globally an addition in 2021 of 13.6 gigawatts in the first 8 months. That was when we were severely hit by COVID. And that was 28% above the previous period in 2020. So incrementally, think of that, that would have actually translated almost to a 50% increase. So we see cities, states, and utilities in the world are taking action to power the transition to renewable energy. We all talk about the energy transition, with several setting ambitions, clean energy goals, increasing renewable portfolio standards, inactive energy storage procurement mandates. It's a new world. It's an exciting world. We're embracing the green economy, right? So renewable energy path and growth is poised to accelerate in 2022. There's concerns for climate change. We've seen it here in South Africa just over the last weeks, with immense flooding in areas that I've never seen flooding of that nature in specifics. And support of environmental, social, and governance. ESG is on the tips and the lips of everybody's desks. The boards are talking ESG. So these considerations grow. So the demand for clean energy from sources grows, and most market segments, we see it from the residential through to commercial, through to industrial and utility, is accelerated. So South Africa, we know, on the flip side, has a very notable shortage of electricity. However, this region is phenomenally endowed with opportunities for investments in renewable energy, such as solar, wind, geothermal energy, and of course storage. So following the pronouncements of China and all the other leading financiers that they are going to effectively stop financing into coal-fired electricity generation projects, Southern Africa now looks to exploiting this potential in the renewable energy. And this is where we are today. What is next for renewable energy and for storage in the SADC region? We've got 3 amazing speakers. I met them just before we started here, and I must say that I think they're going to do us proud to explain and unpack the topic of our session. Our first speaker is Albie Lunt. He's an associate director at PwC, and he has various roles. He focuses on mergers and acquisitions. He does lead advisories, and he does valuation on infrastructure projects. Here's an important key to be able to unpack this for us. Albie has worked on the financing of these infrastructure projects in many African countries. And we all know the adage, it's difficult to finance into the African countries. So we're hoping he's going to lead us with some new insights. He's got sector experience in thermal generation power plants, gas and coal. He's got renewable energy projects. He's got water assets under his belt, rail infrastructure, and he's worked on triple Ps. So during his career in infrastructure, Albie has worked for public and for private sector clients across Africa as a project finance specialist. And he brings particular expertise to us in the development and financing of major energy infrastructure projects in Africa. So we're going to really be knocked away with what he's going to present. Our next speaker would be Alison Jacova. He's the chief engineer responsible for planning and operations at the Southern African Power Pool. He's got a Master of Science degree in electrical engineering from Kharkov Engineering Institute in Ukraine, having specialized in electrical power networks and systems. He graduated in 1992, and he has worked as the Minister of Energy as Energy Research and Development Officer in Zimbabwe for 3 years, addressing new generation project development, including renewable energy and solar systems. In 1995, he moved to the power utility in Zimbabwe, where he's heading the generation planning unit at ZESA. Engineer Jacova was responsible for planning of the generation projects, including negotiation for power import contracts from Zimbabwe. In 2001, he joined the Southern Africa Power Pool, where he is responsible for technical issues, including generation, transmission integration, studies for interconnected SAP grid. He's also taken part in the development of the competitive balancing and ancillary service markets in SAP, and he has been instrumental in developing transmission pricing arrangements in SAP. He's a chartered engineer and a member of Zimbabwe's Institute of Engineers, IEE US and IET UK. Engineer Jacova is a holder of an executive diploma in business leadership. Wow, you can see I'm exhausted just telling you about him. So I really do think he's going to bring a level of knowledge that's going to be a deep dive for us. Our third and most definitely not last speaker is Kuda Ndlukulu, and he is the executive director of the South African of the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Efficiency, named SACREE. And he has been there since 2016, which I think is when it was really formed and kickstarted. Before SACREE, Kuda has worked as a consultant in energy infrastructure expert. Previously, he was program officer, capacity building for the International Renewable Agency ARENA in Abu Dhabi since November 2012. Can you imagine the level of knowledge he's bringing to us? Before joining ARENA, Kuda was the director of Renewable Energy and Efficiency Institute, REEI, in Namibia, where he formulated and executed various projects, including managing the off-grid energization programs, including established energy shops, conceptualizing and pre-feasibility of the CSP project, wind mapping, renewable energy and energy policy and regulatory frameworks, building Green Building Council Namibia, training of installers and energy experts, amongst others. Kudu also comes from the power sector background, having worked for Zimbabwe Electricity Supply Authority as an electricity trader. He has over 20 years of experience in the energy sector, and he is a certified energy manager and certified energy auditor. He possesses a Master of Science in Renewable Energy Engineering and an MBA, amongst other qualifications. Wow. And with that, I'm sure that you're all favorably impressed and know that we are going to be well educated on our topic today. So I think what I really want to do is to move to our first speaker, because you definitely didn't dial in to listen to me. We want to hear from our esteemed speakers. So Albie, if I may ask you if you could take the floor, please.
Joe, thanks very much for the introductions and taking us through, certainly setting the scene and setting some high expectations there. So hi to everyone on the call. It's a pleasure to talk to you today. Really appreciate it. And if there's any questions, please just pop it in the chat box, and I'd be happy to respond and take Q&A sort of after the sessions. I'll start off and set the scene on what I'll be talking about today. And in just in terms of background, I'm in the project finance team at PwC in Johannesburg, and I'll try to cover today in terms of what we're seeing in market movements, and I think it ties in exactly with the introduction Joe provided on ESG and how we see that transforming or really accelerating the renewables and storage landscape in Southern Africa. So I'll start off just with some context, and if we look at the global energy transition landscape, a number of companies have come out and set a net zero target by the year 2050. We've seen that through the COVID-19 periods and lockdowns, has actually accelerated green policies across different companies. We see a rapid scaling of renewables and the adoption thereof. We see pricing of that coming down, becoming very competitive in terms of compared to any sort of fossil fuel based options. We see our clients coming to us really with the eye on the horizon and looking at the products that they place into the market, whether it's local, whether it's export, from mines to large industrials. And the sense is that there's a strong green demand trends from the markets. And in order to remain relevant and competitive and place product, there's a need to transition into greener energy. And from the current profiles, especially in South Africa and neighboring countries, where a lot of that has been based on coal, and the move away from that. We see increasingly decentralized and digitized energy models becoming more and more relevant. And in addition to that, we really see the requirement for more and more renewables. And in order to service and to support the large industrials and mines, as examples, storage becomes very relevant in order to manage the base load requirements and the energy needs of these entities. I think Joe also mentioned in terms of coal, fossil fuels, we don't see new facilities coming online or new investments being made in the sector. I think from what we're seeing from lenders and asset managers and investment funds, the move is really away from that, and that there's large pools of capital being earmarked and put forward in order to fund renewables. So from an implication perspective for Southern Africa, we think there's a need to form vertically integrated utilities, and in order to respond to this. Historically, slow policy reform has limited the acceleration. So we've seen programs like the South African Renewable Independent Power Producer Program, which is a very successful program and led to large-scale procurement of renewables. But in terms of the private sector looking at their own energy requirements, we see really that being unlocked in the short to medium term, and having the ability to procure their own energy, either through direct PPAs or energy or aggregators and traders in the market stepping up in the future, or setting up their own generation capacity. But we see an increased need for energy independence and reform in order to mobilize and roll out the capacity, and really the ability to finance a just energy transition. There's a lot of funding available for well-structured projects, de-risk projects. It's important to start early on and plan for the route to market, whether it's from a procurement perspective to procure energy through PPAs, or whether it's developing own projects. But we certainly think the market has the capacity to roll out and do this at scale in the coming years. A requirement that has come up with discussions with a number of clients and industries is not that renewables are seen to disrupt and take up any opportunity or traditional jobs of the economy, but that there's a responsible transition in ultimately converting and funding the transition. So we think the key in unlocking all of this is privately funded projects. We've seen the likes of the national utilities in South Africa and also Southern Africa, where there's a lot of pressure on the state-owned utilities on the ability to roll out additional capacity, to raise funding. So in the private sector stepping up, it really relieves that pressure and brings an additional capacity which assists with economic growth and less blackouts. So in order to, when I started out, in order to remain commercially relevant long term, companies have to transition their energy supply. And I think we're seeing a number of large scale announcements have been made by large corporates. We think there's more to come. So it's sort of in multiple gigawatts being procured over a number of years. We think this is a tremendously exciting space to work in and to advise clients on, and solving this very important problem. And we think there's a lot of opportunity both from EPC contracting perspective, equity investors, lenders, really solving the problem. And then as the coal fleets come offline in coming years, can replace with renewables and storage in order to fill the gap on the grid. But do it in a responsible and green manner. Then looking at returns to shareholders, both from a corporate standpoint, that shareholders would like to see renewables done on a comparable cost basis, or trying to identify savings, but also to ensure that there's a sustainable future for companies, and as part of that is ensuring that in the short term the energy objectives and energy transition is done. And there's a real requirement for companies to step out and as part of their presentations to the market, to announce their steps and show that there's real movement and ambition and commitment to that. Companies transforming and having the ability to decarbonize will attract high valuations. If we look at the mandates and fund allocations from asset managers, it's increasingly focused on investing in greener companies, responsible companies. Some of the large international fund managers have actually stepped out and taken quite a vocal view at recent shareholder meetings and AGMs and in terms of accelerating this. So I'll move on to my next slide, and that is really to look at some of the key pieces of ESG in the energy, utilities, and resources sectors. Now, if I take the South African Renewables program that's been run by the South African government, to date, over 7,000 megawatts of renewables have been procured, and a further 2,500 reached preferred bidder status. in terms of where the market is going and the number of large-scale developments underway right now through discussions with clients and what we see is being launched in the market, we think privately procured renewables will exceed this capacity in the medium term. I mean, I can think of a number of projects and programs be launched by these private entities that certainly over time we think will be multiple gigawatts and will shift the composition of the energy supply in the region, and that can only be done with storage combined in order to match, you know, whether it's through solar or wind or CSP combination to the extent we think tremendously exciting, a lot of opportunity coming through that we think really is the space to watch. So I'm recapping, but ultimately globally we think there's just under 7 trillion of annual investment in infrastructure required until 2030 to meet the climate sustainable development goals. And we think, you know, if we look at the region and in terms of quantifying that number, we think the majority of the investment into the sector will be through private developments and PPAs and whether it's bilateral agreements or whether it's sort of aggregators, you know, the likes of increases in SAP and other regional consolidators of buyers of energy and then reselling. You know, if we look in terms of international markets where other markets are at, we certainly see the region moving closer to that. And what I touched on earlier as well is that in terms of the actual voting powers of investors into especially listed entities and publicly traded entities is that there's a clear direction and goal to move to an energy transition in the very short term, not in 2050 or 2040, but right now. There needs to be movement shown to market. Otherwise, ultimately, investors will vote and you know, change positions and affect valuations and the ability to raise funding for these entities. And in addition, we look at carbon tax in the region, and in terms of commitments on the UN Paris Agreement, various governments have introduced environmental taxes. In South Africa, specifically during the recent budget speech, was announced that the carbon tax rate would increase to around $9. We see this increasing progressively, becoming more and more onerous, reaching $20 in the near term, and a gradual increase. So that is pricing impact and further enhances and promotes renewables. So with that, really, I've provided a snapshot on ESG motivated transition. Of course, there's various other programs in the region, but this is very topical. And if I just look at the mandates, deal flow that we're seeing in the market, a lot of this is in really the energy transition space. So I'll stop there. I think my time is up. So I'll hand back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Albie. I think that was very, very well presented. You seem to have the art of getting a lot into a slide and then being able to talk to it. So thank you. I must compliment you on those slides. I think the distribution of those slides will be key to a lot of people attending. And what I do want to just let the audience know is that all of these slides and input documents and things will be made available, you know, post this event. So, because I'm sure a lot of people would like to have a little bit of a deeper read there, Albie. But thank you very, very much for that. And so then we have to move I did all the presentations of the speakers. Maybe I should have done you each individually, but I'm sure everybody can remember. The next one up is Kuda Ndlakulu. If you can please step up to the floor with your presentation, that would be brilliant. Thank you, Kuda.
Thank you so much, Jo. Good morning to everybody. I hope you can hear me.
We hear you well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will share the presentation. Can you all see my presentation? Thank you. I assume you can all see my presentation, right?
Yes, we see it. Thank you, Kuda.
Thank you. So basically, I'm going to talk about, I'm going to present a study that we are doing, which is called Optimal Energy Pathway for Southern Africa and Renewable Energy Decision Support Tools. So essentially, this is a study that we are doing. We are actually at the conclusion stage. We are working together with the University of California, Santa Barbara, and my colleague Ranjit Deshmukh is the one that also worked with me, is working with me, and also helped prepare this presentation. And as has been mentioned, I'm from the Southern SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, SACRI, established in 2015. This study that I'm talking about has been done in partnership, as I mentioned, University of California, Santa Barbara, Regional Electricity Regulators Association, RERA, Southern African Power Pool, SAP, represented here by Alison, Blue Marble Analytics, the Nature Conservancy, and the University of Cape Town. So essentially, this was sponsored by UK Aid and implemented through Oxford Policy Management. So the objectives of this study was to develop decision support tools for enabling renewable energy deployment or development in Southern Africa. I looked at studying optimal energy infrastructure investment that will cost effectively meet future electricity demand for the region, and also study the impacts of greater biodiversity protection and climate change on Southern Africa's future electricity system. So how did we go about it? We went through, we did a computer modeling. Through this modeling, we developed energy pathways for the electricity sector of SADC by comprehensively characterizing the cost and potential for both renewable energy and conventional technologies, and balancing system costs with greenhouse gas emissions and social environmental externalities. So the modeling framework was such that we mapped wind and solar resources and developed generation patterns for existing and future power plants. And through this, it was we developed what we call the MAPRE model. And we then also modeled 8 major river basins to estimate monthly energy potential for existing and planned hydropower projects. We mapped the footprints of the planned reservoirs, then applied climate data for energy generation. And then together with that, we put it into an electricity system where we optimized electricity generation, storage, and transmission investments, as well as operations, to understand impacts of cost trajectories, technical constraints, and policies. Through this, then we developed what we call the grid path model. What we are seeing is that solar PV, wind, and battery costs are expected to decline. They're already declining, as you can see from the maps, from the graphs here. We have got, this was derived largely from the Southern African Power Pool Plan, a report which was done in 2017. But of course, we then captured recent decline trends and rates through the National Renewable Energy Laboratory Technology Baseline. We are also noticing that the cost of natural gas, coal, and other fossils continue to rise. What you see here is the cost in 2017. That's on the graph on your right, and also projections for 2040. But already, as you are aware, that with the prevailing war in Ukraine, the prices of gas and coal have actually risen sharply. So probably they're already closing on to the projections for 2040. So declining wind, solar PV, and battery storage costs have significant impacts on carbon emissions, but they also have small changes in system costs. So carbon emissions in 2040 under the declining renewable energy cost scenario are about a third lower than the static cost scenario. If renewable energy costs decline as expected, that is under the declining renewable energy cost scenario, carbon emissions in 2040 will be be similar to those in 2020, in spite of doubling electricity demand. So in that case, because we're not projecting any new coal generation being brought forward. So by 2040, an 80% clean energy target reduces 2020 emissions by half, but only costs 6% more compared to the reference scenario. So again, the graphs here indicate the statements that I've just highlighted above. Here you are talking about the costs over the time period, and then the graph B cost is talking about the GHG emissions over the time period up to 2040. New generation investment in SAP is what we have modeled, is that no new coal generation capacity is built in any scenarios except when new transmission is not built. So what we are highlighting is that there's great need for new transmission to be built. When renewable energy costs decline, wind and solar PV comprise the large share of new capacity, that is between 15 and 86% in total. In reference case, this requires about 66 gigawatts of new solar PV and 40 gigawatts of new wind capacity, which would generate about 40% of electricity by 2040. Emphasizing again on the issue of interregional trade and transmission interconnections, we believe this will reduce costs and enable more renewable energy deployment. So new transmission interconnections modestly reduce system costs and emissions, but increased interregional trade is critical for sharing resources across the Southern African power pool market. Electricity trade increases 15 to 30 times compared to the 2019 in optimal scenarios. So as you can see, under the existing transmission scenario, we have, if you look, for example, in South Africa, which is relying heavily on coal, then we have hydro in Zambia and DRC. But now under optimal transmission scenario, we're going to see a significant reduction in coal production or coal generation in South Africa. But we're going to get more and more, for example, we have more wind from Tanzania. We get slightly, I mean, there's a reduction in generation of hydro from Zambia. We get more gas and from Angola and Tanzania and so on. So I mean, our region is quite environmentally sensitive. What you see here is a series of graphs that are indicating the impact if we include environmental constraints, that is on each resource, hydro, wind, and solar. Hydro is already built out, as you can see, across all the base case, legal case, social case, environmental landscape, and all exclusion. So, but as we include more exclusion, especially the exclusion zones, then we see that there's less of solar, for example, in countries such as DRC, which are, for example, prime agricultural areas, environmental protected areas. So it limits especially the footprint of solar. But of course, wind, because wind, they can be co-sharing of the resource, of the land resource. So that's the impact of the environmental constraints. And then if you look at, in terms of generation, we are saying that environmental and social constraints with selection, limit the selection of new wind capacity, which is offset by a mix of solar PV, natural gas, hydropower, and storage. So optimal investments, what we're saying, additional costs imposed by environmental and social constraints are small. That is, for example, there's less than 2% by 2040 with all environmental and social exclusion, and about 5% by 2040 with no new hydro. Environmental and social constraints impose limited additional costs and should be considered in low carbon energy transmission planning. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the Southern African region has tangible opportunities for limiting future emissions from electricity sector, while also reducing electricity system costs. Key enabling factors are wind and solar PV and battery storage technologies that will continue to decline in cost. Enabling these pathways would require decision makers to critically reevaluate power system plans that rely on new coal capacity and uneconomic planned hydro projects. A transparent analytical planning approach with adequate representation of wind and solar potential and costs, as demonstrated in this study, will be critical in such re-evaluation. So in terms of the next steps, we expect to conclude the analysis of this study by end of this month, and then we'll disseminate the results. We also would like to make these decision support tools and data sets freely available by May. We are expecting to conduct 2 training workshops for technical experts to build in capacity in power system modeling using the open source tools between May and August 2022. With that, I thank you. Our contact details are in this slide. Over to you, Moderator. Thank you so much.
Wow, Kuru. Thank you very much. That was amazing. And it looks like May is going to be a big month for you. It's like a culmination of a hell of a lot of hard work. We know how much hard work that all is. So I think I'm anxiously looking forward to May and seeing the outcomes of your of all your hard efforts. Thank you very much for that. And I know that you're going to be regaled with questions just now. That was a brilliant presentation. Thank you. I'm so proud to be representative of the renewable energy space, where we have people like yourselves doing all the hard work and rolling up your sleeves and actually the core, the engines, making it happen. Thank you very much. So we need to move to our next speaker, and this is the gentleman from the SA Power Pool, Engineer Alison Jacova. If I can ask Alison to take the floor and regale us. You've got 2 remarkable speakers before you, but I know that yours is going to be just as exciting. Thank you, Alison.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you confirm you can see the presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. We see it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll bring into context the presentation, talking about the region that we are representing. I know we are sitting in all different parts of the world, from the participants who are sitting in this workshop today. So I'll introduce the region, talk about the membership of the countries, talk about the interconnected grid and also renewable energy potential and projects that we are looking at in the region. We are representing the Southern African region, which are the 12 countries of Southern Africa, with almost 360 million people, installed capacity of 72 gigawatts, a peak generation of 58 gigawatts, annual consumption, 400 terawatt hours. And the Southern African Power Pool was created in 1995 through the SADC, through an intergovernmental memorandum of understanding that was signed with the key objectives to coordinate and cooperate in the planning, operations, and running of the electric power system, and also to facilitate electricity trading, to promote regional cooperation in power projects so that we can increase access to electricity in a reliable and sustainable manner. So you can see the geography that we're covering. It's quite a big, massive landscape. In terms of the vision, is to be a fully competitive energy market and a provider of sustainable energy solutions for the SADC region and beyond. So that's the vision of SAP. And in terms of the mission, we are looking to provide energy associated services in the region and also beyond. So with those key blocks, looking at what we have installed in the region, as we talk at the moment, 62% of the generation is still dominated by coal. This is followed by 21% of hydro. But in the last 3-4 years, we've seen quite a remarkable increase of solar PV, wind, and also solar CSP in terms of installed generation capacity in various countries of the SADC region. You can see the percentages there. Wind is almost 4% as we speak right now. Solar PV about 2.9%, and solar CSP about 1%. We have also looked at the membership categories. within the Southern African Power Pool on who are the members of the Power Pool. We have 12 countries, and each country is represented by a national power utility, which is meant to recognize the utility that is entrusted by the government in terms of sub-ownership. Then we have also a category for operating member. So this is a category for either a generator and IPP. We have got capacity of at least 300 megawatts and above. And we have also introduced a new market participant category. This is meant for independent power producers who are licensed nationally and authorized to import and export electricity and also connected to the grid, and they have ability to control power transfers. So we are saying this category is meant mainly for the IPPs, the renewable energy developers, and all other interested parties who are coming in with capacity of at least 5 megawatts of generation capacity. So in terms of membership, 12 countries, so 12 national power utilities. Then we have opened up also the electricity supply industry to other parties in Zambia, where we've got 3 operating members in Zambia, and also in Mozambique, we've got 2 operating members. Our recent member of the Power Pool is Green Power Services Limited from Zambia in the category of market participants. So this IPP was registered in October last year. In terms of our interconnected system, out of the 12 countries, 9 are interconnected. So we need to build and interconnect the 3 remaining countries, that is Angola, Tanzania, and Malawi. So transmission development and transmission highways is a focus area that we need to develop and implement further. In terms of renewable energy market, we know that there's a lot of solar and wind technologies that are being commissioned in most of the countries. And we know the intermittency and fluctuation nature of renewables will need to be addressed, and battery storage will then come into play in this regard. New large-scale renewable energy will require also a lot of transmission investments, because we know that most of these sources are located far from the grid. We need to integrate the plants either through low DC, low voltage, or through high voltage transmission to evacuate the power from the renewable energy sources to the load centers. We're also seeing quite a lot of interesting rooftop solar being installed in some of the buildings, resulting in also net metering, where customers are selling power to the power utility. Then in terms of the focus and the potential growth, we did a study that looked at the potential of renewable energy in the next 20 years. And what we have seen is that there's quite a lot of interest. There's a lot of potential within the region of almost 18,000 of solar PV, almost another 18,000 of wind in terms of megawatts, and another 700 in terms of solar CSP. So in the next 20 years, we're looking at almost 40 gigawatts of renewable energy potential that can be commissioned by 2040. That's quite a big amount of capacity that we are talking about. This, in our analysis, would result in a reduction in operating costs by almost 8.3 billion over the 20-year planning horizon. We also need to put up a lot of transmission investment, and it's also going to lower some of the investment costs in transmission. The cost of renewables is going down, and the benefits are actually much higher than what I am stating now, because the cost of renewable is going down. In terms of the renewable energy projects, I think there is limited market access currently available for generation, and there is need to facilitate trading within the region for variable renewable energy generation. And most countries in the region are moving towards the IPP procurement process, which is a more structured manner of competitive tendering in various countries which are introducing IPP programs. We have also seen that VRE IPP projects are underpinned by long-term PPAs, power purchase agreements, mostly in utilities being taken as off-takers. And the PPAs have evolved over time, and most of these companies are actually coming in and feeding into the various power grids. It is likely that most of the variety projects in future will be developed predominantly as IPP projects. That is our observation in the region, that a lot of IPP projects are coming in and the developers are bringing in a lot of potential to implement these renewable energy programs. Thank you very much. This brings me to the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Alison. Impressive, short slides, but powerful. I think you're going to have a lot of questions coming your way. I must compliment the SA Power Pool. You really are progressing, and that was very well rounded and very well presented. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Right, so now we need to get into the Q&A, and I was thinking just to kick off a little bit. I'm thinking, who can I target first? Some questions. Let's have a look. I think, seeing as your presentation is still fresh with us, Alison, I think I'm going to post the first one to you, and you maybe touched on it, but I would like you to expand and to unpack a bit about that. You've presented the opportunity within SA Power Pool for the renewable energies, and we see it, and you've sectorized it nicely: solar, PV, the various technologies and that. But could you tell us a little bit about how SA Power Pool is doing to promote these renewable energy developments? How are you going to secure them? You said that you're looking at formal IPP process, but maybe if you can just expand a little bit about that, because I think that would be key to a lot of people attending today, that have projects and would want to understand, if I'm in a small province in a certain area, how would my power reach you, and how would you facilitate it? If you could expand for us, that would be great.
Okay, thank you very much. I think our objective, like what I've mentioned, is to promote renewable energy development. As I speak right now, the region is currently facing electricity shortages, and most of the countries are actually in a power deficit situation. We're sitting with almost 7,000 megawatts of shortfall, of capacity generation shortfall. In South Africa, load shedding is almost the order of the day. In most of the other countries, is the same. So what we are saying is, let us bring in other players into the market who can also augment the power supplies in the region. Let us not only wait for the power companies to be in the business of electricity supply. Let's bring also other players into the market. So what we've done, we've opened the categories to introduce the market participant category, where IPPs can come and apply to the Southern African Power Pool to then get membership and then supply power to the other countries, not only to the local power utility in the country, but we can also supply the power cross-border to other countries in the region. Thank you very much.
Very exciting. I think that's going to be a game changer for a lot of the entities. So I hope all the IPPs are listening, and flood Alison with questions and opportunities. So then we looked at we've looked at the positive sides. Maybe let's just look at some of the challenges, because I don't believe in challenges, I just believe in solutions, but we need to address the challenges head on so that we can provide these wonderful solutions that we've been talking about. We've got the vision of what can be. We know that we're in a path for decarbonization. We know that we're in an energy shortfall. I mean, I sit with you now. I'm trying to keep my PC connected, via my phone, because we have immense load shedding in South Africa. We're at stage 4, which is almost a first, for in South African history of the seriousness of where we're at. So Albie, we want to get these projects going. What have you seen are the major challenges? And I want you to specifically focus. We know we've had the REAP auctions. We know that the REAP works. We know why they were delayed and why they came online. But when we start looking at the private sector, you spoke about the mines and the different areas. What have been some of the major challenges that you've noted in rolling out large-scale renewable energy and storage projects?
Sure, Joe. Thanks for the question. So yeah, I think we all understand REAP and the role it's fulfilled, and that it's been a great program in country. But I think there's certainly ambition from the market to do more. And what's been holding that up has really been the regulatory setup and really restrictions to enter the market, set up the new plants at capacity. Very sort of over recent times, we've seen generation caps in terms of embedded generation being moved up But really, to get economies of scale going, we need to look at large scale projects. In other words, sort of, you know, not just 50 or 100 megawatts, but we can actually do sort of sections of development to drive down the cost of construction, and of course also to de-risk it, to get lower funding rates in there. So I think really the market restrictions on that and the inability to reel effectively and trade effectively, I think that's been a challenge. I think similarly also it was mentioned in the earlier discussions, but the grid and transmission infrastructure, often that your really good renewable resources sit in sections where there is access to grid, but that it's severely congested or constrained, and a new development needs to be rolled out, which needs to be funded, or there's an inability in the region to evacuate that power. So, you know, one can argue and say, well, you know, you set up sort of decentralized models, but these grids do operate on a national basis, and you need the ability to access that. I've certainly seen some projects where projects were abandoned just because of grid constraints in an area, and actually moving to a resource that might not be as good, but in order to get a workaround. And it has been challenging, and it's been slow to get that out. Then I think, I think the SAP discussion is very interesting, and I think the team out there are doing a fantastic job to promote a regional play of moving of energy. But having also looked at bringing in new capacity with some of our clients, is the ability to get long-term bankable offtakes, and I think, we understand that well from sort of auction process, 20-year offtakes. But in the SAP market, with the day-ahead market, I think some investors, often the infrastructure investors, at least in this territory at the moment, until the market develops sufficiently. But how do we bank that to really get that capacity going into the region and to go cross borders? I think that'd be very interesting discussion, and how they could be enhanced to provide that security of to IPPs, that there's some price certainty, and that the volume commitments also there long term. So I'll stop there, but sort of that's all for now. Thanks. Hi, Joe, I think you're on mute.
Oops, I'm on mute. Big boo-boo. Thank you for that, Albie. That was a great response. And I think, yes, we are looking to the innovative or new ways, unpacking new ways of how we approach it. I think everybody's got very stayed into the auction rounds and the REAP, and which, as you said, was a very good program that worked well. But we need to expand the borders and see how the bank's going to accept it, how a financier is going to accept it, and sort of overcome all of those challenges. And I don't see them as challenges, I just see them as we have to rethink ways that we're going to do it. We have a couple of questions which I think I can just answer quickly. There was a Dorothy Kabasita that asked, what is VRE, IPP, and PPA in full? So VRE is variable and renewable energy, solar, and that's not consistent. It doesn't deliver 24/7, but it has its peak and lows. IPP stands for independent power producer, so that's not a utility. And then she asked for PPA. PPA is power purchase agreement. Alison, I think if you could maybe type it out for her, then we can proceed. I'm looking at a couple of the questions here. We have one from Bamisi Olonrawaju. Is saying, beyond battery energy storage, what other promising energy storage solutions are under consideration to support large scale grid power generation in South Africa? Obviously, this is one of my passions. I'm a spokesperson for the storage associations. So I'm going to put it to my three presenters and see who's going to put his hand up first, put his mic on first to take this answer. What other technologies are you considering in storage beyond battery?
Okay, could I hear?
Kudu, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, there are traditional storage devices such as pumped hydro, and we do have pumped hydro at large scale here in the region. I think Alison can testify to the facilities that are available. There is one in South Africa, I think it's in Ngula, and I think there should be one or more again. So hydro itself is storage, considered as a traditional storage. And then We do have the new technologies that are coming in, especially the chemical battery storage solutions or devices. And then on top of that, I mean, these are now mainstream, and the chemical storage batteries are coming in the form of, let's say, lithium-ion and the family of lithium batteries. We also have vanadium flow batteries and others. But there are also other smaller technologies like flywheels. These are mostly they're being used at pilot stage. But again, even also if you look at in our region, the chemical batteries, they're also still at pilot stage. We are aware of the pilot that is being done by Eskom. We are also aware of the pilot that is being done by NamPower, Eskom in South Africa and NamPower in Namibia. So far, these are the two countries that are at pilot or demonstration stage of large-scale storage devices. But I think what we are also trying to push across is that the grid itself is a good storage device. So an interconnected grid will act as storage on its own. So we are saying the region itself has immense storage potential, from batteries to pumped hydro and the traditional hydro itself, as well as the grid, the interconnected sub-grid will act as storage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuda. That was great. We're getting very close to the end of the session, but there's two questions I'd still like to deal with. The one I'm going to ask Alison to answer specifically, and then the next one, I would like all three presenters to prepare almost as a closing, because I think it's a very important one, would be the one from Tawanda. But let's first go to Josh Rosenberg. He wants Alison just to quickly confirm. Alison, if you can just do this in a quick answer. The 40 gigawatt of potential capacity installation you referred to is relevant to what consumption in the region? Is it at the moment or forecasted in 2040? If you wouldn't mind grabbing that one, please, Josh.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me put it into context. Currently, the installed capacity sits at 60 gigawatts, and the renewable energy installed at the moment is about 10%. Then the 40 gigawatt that I'm talking about is a potential up to the year 2040. So we expect the 40 gigawatts to fill the gap, and the demand in 2040 will be 120 gigawatts. So it will be 30% renewable energy generation by 2040. So the 40 gigawatts is a forecast up to the year 2040.
Thank you, Alison. That's great. Thank you. Dira Singh, I'm going to ask you to pose your question to the email address we'd like to answer. I would like all of our esteemed panelists to answer that one, which is the market size expected in small scale project for storage. That's booming. I can give you a lot of references from South Africa. So if you mind, we'll take that one offline because we're running out of time. And then Arunava Acharya, what about long duration energy storage? Because batteries are way too expensive for longer durations. You're welcome. I do apologize. You're very welcome to chat to me on that one. Valeria can put my my email address into the chat group for you. We definitely see technologies that are expanding, and we can talk a little bit about the flow batteries and vanadium and other entities. Sorry, I'm really sorry about this. So the one I wanted all three to close on, and we'll go in the order of how you spoke. Tawanda Masarira of STFC UK. Have you considered the legislative restrictions to implementing these solutions for individuals and private organizations, given that governments will not take up these solutions unless there are immediate political gains? And I think basically that's the elephant in the room in the South African and the SADC context. We know that there's been some resistance prior to that, but we do know that we've seen immense policy change and legislative change. So I would like Albie and then Kuda and then Alison each to give their inputs from their perspective of how we're going to overcome this, or has this been overcome? Albie?
Sure, thanks, Joe. So I think, as you've mentioned, we've seen some really positive movements in a South African environment. I think there's still a bit more work to be done into really crystallizing how exactly it's going to work. So it's early stage, but I think the market is certainly engaging, and there's a large push from a number of the large corporates to get this done. I think one from energy security standpoint, it's always been topical with load shedding, but in order to be relevant going forward, in terms of international markets, this has to be done. And I think there's recognition of the government that it can't be straddled, because ultimately that will limit economic growth, and that will mean that locally produced or South African region produced product will become uncompetitive. So it's not just a region, it's not just a country play anymore in terms of controlling the market, generation, transmission. This has to be done, and I think that is being recognized by the government, and we're certainly seeing very positive movement. So we're encouraged by that, but I don't think the full solution is on the table yet in order to allow large scale facility and the wheeling thereof. I mean, early stage, we see use of systems agreements being put up and being secured, but sort of, there's a handful of them at the moment. So I say watch the space, but we are excited to see it moving in the right direction. I'll stop there. I know we're out of time.
Okay, thank you. That was a great answer, Albie. Kuda, if you could give your input on that question quickly.
Thank you. As far as from our assessment of the going trends in the region, all countries in the region are allowing private sector to participate in the energy space. And as Alison has highlighted, is that we're going to see more of generation from variable renewable energy coming in from private players, and then the IPPs, and then the utilities, state-owned utilities being off-takers with long-term PPAs with government guarantees being provided. I think that's a trend that is taking place in the region. And of course, the issue that we're highlighting of political interference, I think that will always be there, and it's an issue that that has to be navigated. I was at a conference in Europe a week or so ago, and especially now with the current ongoing war in Ukraine, energy is a topical issue, and we see politicians coming in a big way and making some of the decisions in the energy space that you would think they shouldn't be taken in this space, in this era of time. But anyway, this is what is happening, and I think it's a transitioning period that we must understand, and we are happy that the politicians have understood that we need to bring in private players, and there's no way that the state-owned utilities are going to go it alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuda. And then last but definitely not least, to close for us, Alison, your inputs on this and where we're off to with the SA Power Pool, because you seem to see great positivity of enabling the private sector.
Thank you very much. I think the governments have opened up the electricity supply industry to allow private players to come in, but the pace is different in different countries. I would like to emphasize that the power utilities are not in competition with IPPs. That's not the question. But the IPPs are here to help and complement and augment the supplies, because we see the gap is there, and the power companies and power utilities cannot do it alone. That's why the governments have opened up to say, let the private players come in. But the pace is different. The pace is in Namibia, they're moving very fast, and also in Zambia. That's why we've got the first registered IPP market player in Zambia. Both they've opened up and allowed the players to come in. In South Africa, it's the same thing. But I'd like also to emphasize that transmission interconnectors are also going to play a key role in trying to move the power within the region. I talked about the 3 countries that are not yet interconnected. It's still important that we bring the transmission interconnectors into play. We reinforce the transmission grid so that we can move the power from the different sources of the different IPPs, so that the power can be traded within the market, within the Southern African Power Pool. That would be my closing remarks. Thank you very much.
For sure, Alison. So I think, yes, we can all agree that there's a wealth of opportunity. The topic was where's storage and where's renewable energy off to. I think a big focus on private sector. Obviously, we know what our utilities are doing, and we have to embrace the fact that the world is changing, that we're going to see private sector in ISTMOs, SA Power Pool flourishing. And I think that maybe Albie and Kudo and Alison all gave us this encouragement. And I want to encourage everybody out there that attended this conference that it's not easy, guys, am I right? There's a lot of things that have to change and different rules and different regulations and ways we look at it. And we still have to get the financiers over the mark, but it's definitely happening, and it's going to happen, and it's going to flourish. And this is something that we should pride ourselves on, and to reach all the goals of obviously security of supplies, sustainability, and the big buzzword these days, ESG compliance and security. So with that, I'm sorry we ran out of time. I hope and welcome that we'll get a lot more questions. And thank you very, very much to everybody for attending, and thank you very much for ATA for making this happen, and their sponsors. Thank you, everybody, and have a great day.
Thank you very much to this panel, and thank you very much also, Joe, for having such great moderation of this session. I think it's added a lot of value. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a slide for the next session. In the next section, we're actually focusing on case studies of flexibility solutions for on-grid and off-grid environments. And in this time, I'm just asking the speakers to now just switch off your cameras, and I'm going to have the next set of speakers come in. So just give us 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes now. You can go grab yourself a coffee or a water. Don't go anywhere. Just come right back, because we'll be right here in 2 minutes. Thank you. Actually, it's been a lot less than 2 minutes. How are you doing, Jorn, Olaf, and do I have Gabriele there too?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, welcome, guys. Okay, so the next session, we are talking about case studies of flexibility solutions for on-grid and off-grid environments. This is where we talk about the technical stuff that makes it possible for renewable energies that are oftentimes variable to actually be flexible, so that they're on demand when we need them, basically. So with us today, we have 3 really leading speakers from companies that are working into storage solutions. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, because I think it makes more sense that they tell you a little bit about themselves, and also with their know-how and experience they can add, and they're going to add to you in their speeches. So Jorn, first I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself, please.
Okay, so my name is Björn Samuelsson. I'm from Sweden, and yeah, my background is marine and mechanical engineering. Background from companies like Alfa Laval in the marine and power, and also a lot of renewable in my background. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much, Björn. And next, I'd like to ask Olaf to please introduce yourself. Olaf, can you hear us? I have a feeling that he's maybe, it looks like he's having internet issues. So let's just move. Gabriel, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. My name is Gabriele Puccini. I work at Wärtsilä, and I'm in charge of business development for energy storage for Africa and Europe. And yeah, very glad to be here today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Olaf, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Yeah, I think I had a connectivity problem. Sorry for that.
No, that's okay. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Olaf Rogge. I'm working for BASF New Business GmbH. I'm based in Germany. I've been working on sodium sulfur batteries for the last few years. Currently, my responsibility are the markets in Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, and I'm very excited today to discuss opportunities in South Africa.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for the 3 of you for being here with us today. The way that this session is going to go is very similar to the last session. We're going to have 3 presentations from each of the speakers, and then at the end, we're going to have some time for questions from the audience. So what you need to do is please send the questions through the Q&A box, just like you have been doing. And I think this is a very interesting time, because we are going to learn about the technologies that are going to allow us to put more variable renewables into the grid, which is great. So I'm going to go in the same order. Björn, if you want to go first, share your screen, please. and begin your presentation. And just a reminder for everyone that we're recording the session, that both the presentations and the videos will be available, so you can always check them after. And one more thing, all of these speakers have their email addresses in their presentations. I think it's important to recognize that this is not only about information and content, it's also about networking, about getting to know the people and being able to contact the people who can make your projects happen. So don't be shy, get in touch with them.
Okay, you want me to go?
Yes, Jerome, you can go ahead.
Okay. I represent Aselio, and Aselio is a Swedish company, and what we are doing is that we are trying to be a part of the clean power transition by introducing a long duration energy storage, which is focusing on the 24 hours daily supply and demand cycle together with a PV solar system. And the system that we have developed, the solution is cost efficient. It's of course cheaper than diesel powered genset, fossil fuel, but also cheaper and more efficient than the typical lithium-ion or whatever battery solution is available today. It's a smart and modular system because it's you can scale it basically from 100 kilowatt up to 100 megawatt. And as said, the storage capacity we're focusing on supplying the 24 hours a day cycle. So in that sense, it's a long duration or at least intermediate storage system. The core of our system is the modular box in which you will have a block of aluminium, which is storing electricity in the form of heat, and also a Stirling engine. And that's the smallest entity of our system. It looks like that. And how do we do this? Well, what we do is that we look at the shifting the power from when it's needed, from when it's available to when it's needed, of course. And typically our system works perfectly together with a PV solar system, where you see the yellow line, sun is going up in the morning, supplying to the demand first, and then whatever is available on top of demand will be supplied to our storage. And when the sun goes down, then our storage will supply to demand. Storage charging is a 6-hour cycle daytime, and discharge is 12 hours. And that gives us then the 24 hours round trip that we can deliver every day, providing the sun comes up, of course. If there is no sun, then as anybody else relying on solar power will have a problem. We do this by integrating our test pod system. You can see it at the bottom left here. Our system, thermal energy storage, power on demand. We put that together with the PV system in a hybrid system, and in the hybrid system we normally also see genset or grid, and daytime solar will supply demand and then to our storage, and nighttime to the right the storage will supply to demand, and whatever is missing will be then supplied by either genset or grid or whatever other available power. And when we look at this, just to give you an idea of the size and how this works, is that this is a typical, I said it's scalable, but this is a typical installation which will give you around 500 kilowatt base load 24/7. And then we will implement the storage of nominal power of 520 kilowatt. Storage capacity is 6.6 megawatt hours. And the PV system size to be able to supply to demand and to the storage would be about 4 megawatt peak. And you can also see the areas required here. And this is, as I said, scalable. So if you want to go for a bigger system, we will simply add more modules, and same as with the solar PV panels, they also needs to be added. So it's fully scalable. And for those of you who are a little bit more into the details, our system is supplying alternating current, 400 volt 3-phase. And that is how we charge and discharge. Then inside our box, it will be converted to heat. But what you need to know is that our system will be connected to the alternative current power line together with on the same line as the grid and demand, and also the solar PV system, but after the inverter. And all this needs to be managed and controlled by an energy management system, which will tell us all involved in this system when to do what, basically. So we need to know whether we should charge or discharge, depending, of course, whether there is PV surplus available or demand would have priority, and so on and so forth. Looking at our position in the alternative storage technologies, there is a lot of various technologies related to electrochemical batteries. And we are, as said, different animal, where we, instead of storing in electrochemical, we store in phase transformation by melting aluminium. This allows us to have a longer storage, longer discharge time. So we are giving you up to 13-14 hours, which allows us then to deliver electricity continuously. And on top of what we deliver in electricity, we also have heat coming out of the system because we have a heat engine inside. So we are much more looking into the 24-hour cycle than most of the others, and we can do that because we don't have degradation when we are running our system to its maximum capacity. A little bit about the heat. The heat will be a byproduct of, or it's a waste heat coming out from our engine, and the temperature is around 55-65 degrees. That can be used either for drying, for instance, agricultural. Looking at specifically now a tea factory, the first step in a tea factory might be a very good application for just using the waste heat from us. It can also be transferred to water, hot water, and then you can use it for other applications like water treatment or tap water heating, or whatever you want to use it for, preheating of industrial processes. In order to compare ourselves with other technologies, we have asked the Research Institute of Sweden to look into our environmental impact. And as you can see here, compare ourselves with Genset. Of course, we are much cleaner, 96%, but also compared to lithium-ion, we are much cleaner, like 29%. This of course, there is a lot of dependencies here, and you need to know exactly which case which you're talking about, and of course, where does the electricity originally come from, and so on. But this is looking only at our system. We are a fairly new company when it comes to installations, but we have demonstrations and also commercial installations. And for those of you who are interested, you're welcome to visit our technical center in Sweden, in Åmål on the west coast. You can also go to Abu Dhabi or Morocco. And then we have a couple of commercial installations. One of them would be in Dubai, and another one would be in Åmål, again in Sweden, where we have our R&D center. And one of the commercial installations which is ongoing right now is actually in South Africa, where we are installing a system for a chicken farm. And the idea there is that they will use both electricity and heat. And when comparing ourselves with the grid, we will give them an 84% reduction on the carbon dioxide emissions. The target sectors that we're looking at is of course, communities, commercial facilities, agriculture and water, but also industry applications. As a company, our representation, I said we are a Swedish company headquartered in Göteborg, Gothenburg in Sweden, West Coast. The former Volvo factory in Uddevalla, also West Coast, is used for producing our engines, and then we have R&D also in Sweden. We have an office in South Africa, and we also have an office in Australia, China, and Spain and US. And summing up this, we are then the clean tech company. We have an innovative long duration storage system, and the main benefits, it's modular, scalable, and we can go from 100 kilowatt up to 100 megawatt. We have a high efficiency when looking at the combined electricity heat of up to 90%. The key thing here is about the 30-year lifetime. There's no degradation. The system will run without any need for replacement, which makes it sustainable, affordable compared to, for instance, lithium-ion batteries, where you normally would need to replace batteries 2 or 3 times during the 30-year lifetime that we can offer. We have a global reach. We have installations in Sweden as well as in Middle East, which makes us confident that we're able to handle more or less whatever kind of climate. So and we are happy to know that we can do that. For those of you who are interested in your own values and try to find out a little bit, you can run our value calculator on our website, and then you can get a very quick calculation of the LCOE and also the saving in terms of emissions. So that's a good place to start for you. That was my last slide, and I'm Björn Samuelsson, the Senior Business Development Manager. I also have my colleague Reinhard, who is based in South Africa, who couldn't attend today, but he will be available for you when you reach out with your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Born. What an interesting presentation. And I think there's a few keys here. I mean, you said long duration, modular, and scalable, and that is exactly the solution to many of the problems that we have with the variability. So I think it's to bear in mind that these solutions are there. And I mean, usually you get 2 of the 3, but it is like a trifecta. It's really hard to get 3 out of the 3. So I think this is something that definitely needs to be paid attention to.
Yeah.
Next, I'd like to ask Olaf to please put your presentation up and begin. Take your mute off just to make sure that then you can talk. And just to remind you, please send your questions. We already have 2. You know, these 2 are for Celio, for you, Bjorn, but send more, because I think this is a very important issue to talk about. You know, what solutions are there now that are achievable and that can be used. Olaf, go right ahead. We can see your presentation perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I will also talk about the storage technology, but about battery storage, about sodium sulfur battery storage. It's a long duration batteries storage system. But before going into that, I'm trying to change the slide. It is working.
Oh, yeah, now it's working. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little tricky. Just use the arrows, you know, the little keys. Perfect.
All right. So first of all, I would like to explain a little bit for those who are not familiar with BASF, who we are. In BASF, we are the biggest chemical companies serving almost all industries with our chemical products. In the year 2021, we had sales of 78.6 billion euros with an EBIT of 7.8 billion euros. We are about 110,000 employees worldwide. We have 6 large production facilities in Europe, Asia, and North America, and we are serving around 90,000 customers. Just as a background, but now coming to the storage solutions that we are providing. And what is important to understand is that our battery is a long duration battery. So we start at 6 hours. We have seen that the market is developing from short duration. We had frequency regulation projects at the very beginning, but now with the increasing renewable integration, and we heard that the share will be increasing in South Africa significantly, it will be necessary to also shift energy, not only to keep frequency in the grid system. And this is where our batteries are suited very well, starting at 6 hours, but also going towards a 24/7 full power supply in combination with renewable energies, especially with solar energies. But having said this, as a technical feasibility, it's also important that the levelized cost of storage will come down in order to be competitive with non-renewable resources, because the economies will not be able to afford increasing electricity prices to the extent that batteries would be too expensive. So that's why I'm also focusing on the levelized cost of storage in this presentation, and the long duration battery storage. Also in BASF, it's our strategy to reduce the CO2 emissions. So not only that we are providing products that help to reduce CO2 emissions by integrating renewable or by enabling the integration of renewable energies, it's also our policy in our own production facilities and within the value chain to make our products CO2 neutral or reduce CO2 emissions in the years to come. Having spoken about the value chain, it's also important to understand that the sodium sulfur batteries have a much leaner CO2 footprint than many other battery technologies. Here we see the market. Also, this is an external study from IHS Markets. We see also here that the battery storage solutions are developing from short durations. You see the growth in gigawatt at around 30%, but when we look at a longer duration, you see that the capacity is actually growing more than the installed power, which means that the segment above 4 hours, and we increasingly see projects with 6 hours, 8 hours, or even 10 hours in the specifications, that they are even growing more. And we are focusing with our sodium sulfur technology really on this segment above 4 hours. We don't do this business just alone. We have teamed up with the Japanese company called NGK Insulators. NGK Insulator has been active for the last 30 years on sodium sulfur batteries with a product in the market for more than 20 years now. So we are one of the few battery technologies that have a track record of 20 years. The oldest systems date back to the year 2001, and they are still operational. So when you're looking for a reliable, proven technology for long duration storage, sodium sulfur battery is a worthwhile consideration. To explain a little bit about the collaboration that we have with our Japanese partner NGK, we have a sales partnership agreement in place since April 2019. This sales partnership agreement gives us the exclusive sales right in most countries of the world. Japan is excluded, and another 2 or 3 countries are also excluded, but the whole continent of Africa, and especially South Africa, is covered by this agreement. But maybe even more important is the joint development agreement that we are having in place. And here we are combining the excellent ceramics know-how of NGK with the corrosion and electrochemical know-how of BASF. And we will be able to release a new degradation specification within this year, which will make sure that the remaining capacities over our lifetime of 20 years will be significantly improved in the future. Here I would like to summarize the benefits of the technology that we are providing. We have a relatively high energy density. Our product is offered as a full plug and play 20 feet container. Typically, they would be combined as packs in 4. They can be stacked, so the space requirements are rather little. Such a pack of 4 containers would have 1 megawatt and 5.8 megawatt hours storage capacity. I mentioned already, it's a long duration battery starting from 6 hours, but also being able to provide even longer discharge duration throughout the night. It's a safe and reliable system. The system has been certified by safety authorities in Germany and in Japan by TÜV. It can be operated without fire suppression system. We have proven lifetime of 20 years. We do not need air conditioning for the batteries, which has a large impact also on the cost, especially operation and maintenance cost, when comparing it to other batteries that would require air conditioning, especially in warm climates. This is a great benefit. We have a relatively low level of maintenance. It's a very robust technology, so very well suited also for remote locations. We are using standard products, sodium, sulfur, some metal for the housing, of course, the ceramic. They are all products that are available, that are sometimes byproducts of other industrial processes. Talking about these, this availability of these raw materials, that also means that we are not affected by any price increases as we see them for lithium, cobalt, or other materials at the moment. Last but not least, the battery has a fast response time. Even though it's designed to be a long duration battery, it can quickly react to situations in a grid environment. That means that the battery in a microgrid situation, for example, can be grid forming and keep the frequency up to the requirements. This slide once again describes where our battery is best suited. This is also an external source. And we see this trend worldwide, that projects are really moving from short duration projects with frequency regulation, with few minutes reserve markets, into long generation, where it really comes to power shifting, where the requirement is to shift energy from times where renewable energies are available into the evening hours throughout the night, and ideally have some capacity left that can be used in the morning hours. We are looking into microgrid situations where we talk about large microgrids where such long duration is required, but also in a grid situation. The battery can be deployed to shift that power. The applications can be both either on grid or behind the meter. Especially in South Africa, it's a very interesting market nowadays that the self-generation limit has been changed. So here, having self-generation with battery in combination with solar is a very viable option, especially taking power outages, load shading into account, but also taking the costs of running diesel engines in remote locations into account. Talking about pricing, here this looks at lithium-ion pricing, and we all know that batteries are well, one should say batteries have seen a downwards trend, and we've seen a little bit increase in pricing in last fall. However, we with our sodium sulfur batteries are not affected by these increases in pricing. Long term, we do have a roadmap in place with enlarged production facilities to follow the trend that prices will be reduced in the future. To summarize what our offering is, we give with our battery, or we give up to 10 years performance guarantee with our batteries. We can provide service and maintenance. We can assist with system layout, so especially when it comes to hybrid facilities, solar plus battery. We can provide power conversion solutions, both AC coupled and DC coupled with our partners. In South Africa, we are also providing local support. And that makes everything around offering very suitable for the geography that we are talking about. So the conclusions is we have a clear understanding that cost is very important, especially for utility scale, a long duration project, both behind and in front of the meter. Only such a low levelized cost of storage would mean that a hybrid facility can compete with conventional generation. We have a proven lifetime of 20 years. We use available and abundant raw materials, so currently not affected by the price increases that you've seen. We have a safe, very important, robust and reliable technology with long life. Yeah, and it's important that we will see how the market will develop. I think it's undoubtable that long duration storage will be required in order to integrate renewable energies. South Africa has taken the right step to open up self-generation, but definitely the market needs to be designed in a way that there are business models for the technologies beyond what we see nowadays. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olaf. I have really enjoyed the presentation about a technology that is less well known than others, you know, like batteries, like lithium ion, as you said, but seems to present a lot of characteristics that are very important to the grid, particularly in Southern Africa. I think at the moment, considering the need for energy that we have in this region, anything, you know, and everything can add value. So thank you very much for this presentation. Very interesting to see high energy, long duration, and long lifetimes as well. We'll talk about costs a little bit later during the Q&A, because I think it's very important that we talk about price. But before we start with that, and do send your questions, you know, I can see that you guys keep sending them, and I am storing them all up for asking. Gabriele, it's your turn. If you want to present Wärtsilä's solution as well, it'll be very interesting, so that then we can have a little bit of a discussion among the four of us.
Sure. Yes. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
And please let me know then if you can also see the slides. You should be seeing them now.
Yes, we are. Go right ahead. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Belen. Right. So thanks again for having us here. Now I'm going to present well, a little bit about Wärtsilä as a company, and then I will show a few case studies of projects we've done recently over the past years, and very recently still under construction, and they all relate to flexibility, in fact. Now, Wärtsilä, very few figures. We're around 5,000. Well, the energy division is around 5,000 employees. We've delivered project in more than 180 countries all over the world. It's headquartered in Finland, and it's present in the power market since decades, to say the least. And as far as now focusing on energy storage, that's the 110 number you see below. We have more than 110 projects, storage projects globally, and they are located according to this geography that you can see, this map. So clearly the main focus is the main geographic area is the US. And we do have several projects in, and well, yeah, I'll of course say that in the next slide. But we're talking about lithium-ion or lithium-based batteries, lithium-ion batteries. Sorry. Now this is again US main area for us and for the energy storage market in general. We have several projects in the Caribbean, and I will show you a couple of them. And then we have, the market is growing quite a lot in Europe as well. We have several projects in the UK, which is the main market in Europe, and then we have projects also in the mainland. And then last and not least, we're executing several projects in Far East, Australia, and other islands and that region. Overall, we have, as you can see from the numbers here on the right-hand side, between the projects we have installed or signed or under construction, we have more than 2 gigawatts of installations, which are equivalent to more than 4 gigawatt hours of energy capacity. The first project dates back around 10 years ago, which is kind of ages ago for the energy storage market. A little bit about what the hardware look like. You're probably familiar with these kind of solutions. These are no longer containerized solutions. These are more cabinets, if you like. Each cabinet contains a certain amount of batteries, meaning a certain amount of energy capacity. Then these are interconnected in daisy chains in different fashions, and basically in order to achieve the desired electrical configuration of the site. But I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's quite, I think, bespoke thing. Maybe I'll spend a little bit more time on the software part, which is the core of the system. I mean, the batteries, of course, do their job, but then there has to be a system which will enable the batteries to do what they're supposed to do. Now, our system is called GEMS. It's a software platform on which we run algorithms and modules that will make the site work according to its mission. Basically, what GEMS does is it's a power plant controller, first of all. So it will control the BSS or the storage system per se. And then it can also control or direct or dispatch, to say it better, the other assets which might be available at site, meaning could be wind, could be solar, could be other fossil fuels. And then it can also interconnect the site as a hybrid site to the rest of the grid. And that is the properly meant energy management system functions. And that is really the connection between the assets and the market at the end of the day. Because then the system will be able to do what it's supposed to do, will be able to generate revenues, will be able to provide services to the grid. And what kind of services to the grid? It's basically, it's all about flexibility at the end of the day. So what with the storage systems, what we do is several things, and we do several things at the same time. So in fact, and this is just a sort of high-level summary of the sort of functionalities or services that can be provided to various levels to the grid. And we start from the grid reliability. So the storage will help or will improve the reliability of the grid. It is improving actually renewables integration, because everybody knows the sort of instability that is kind of enter into the energy or into the grids, the energy grids due to sources like wind and solar. And then, of course, storage can help to optimize a hybrid plant, meaning to make it work to its best. And we've done all of them. And as I said, these are not one or the other. They can be at the same time, depending on the project, depending on really the case specific. And I have here a few cases. These are not all the projects we've done. These are just part of the projects we've done. But then this is just pure selection. So starting with this is a gold mine. It's an island grid in the middle of the desert in Mali. So it has no connection. The mine used to run on engines, around 60 megawatt of power engine. The mine decided to become greener, to reduce emissions and to reduce costs. So they decided to add a solar plant, but together with the solar plant, they also needed a storage system which would have been able to optimize the use of the engines compared to the use of the solar. And that has been done. It's now in operation. I think it's been commissioned earlier this year. And the performances are just outstanding. I mean, the performances are actually better than the expectations. Now, we're still collecting data. We hope that we will issue very soon some new information related to the site and how it performs. But it's just doing great, and it's saving basically millions of liters of heavy fuel per year, thanks to the solar thing, and thanks to the fact that storage can enable the lowest possible use of the engines basically at site. So that's just one example. Then this is another example of another island. This is a real island in the middle of the ocean, but I mean, from an electrical standpoint, it's also, I mean, it's electrical, it's an electrical island as well. This is a small site, but we just like to show it as, because this is in operation since more than 3 years now. Now, this small island had, of course, wanted to have more green energy, so increase renewable penetration. They used to rely, years back, they used to rely on engines only, and they installed a small amount. You see the numbers are relatively small. It's 1 megawatt of solar, 4 megawatts of wind. Well, with the wind and solar only, they couldn't really afford to switch off the engines a lot, because they just couldn't rely entirely on the weather forecasts, and the grid was just unreliable, basically. So they decided to add storage, and also a storage, an energy management system. Now, thanks to that, now last year they've been able to switch off completely the engine for more than 144 days, to be precise. And they could run the island entirely on renewable energy, and of course with the same reliability of the grid that they would have had in the past with the engines on, just in the background. And this is really, and here the batteries provides dispatch optimization, provide tertiary control, provide frequency regulation. So all or many of the things that I just mentioned before in terms of flexibility, these are all together in this site. Although the site is not big, it's only 6 megawatt of batteries, and only half an hour. I think Olaf mentioned before that in the past we used to see a short duration storage system. That's really the case here. Now what we have recently, and I'll show a couple of slides now. I mean, what we've seen today is longer duration, not yet 6 hours, but we're moving towards 2 hours for sure, and maybe even 4 hours. It's now becoming quite normal depending on the cases. This is another project. This is 2 hour, 28 megawatt, 25 megawatt and 48 megawatt hours in the Netherlands. This is co-located with solar and wind, and this is just supporting the grid, basically to integrate the renewable assets, to provide balancing services, frequency services, and and these kind of things. And this is now under construction. It's going to be done by the end of this year. Another project, this is in the US. This is the specific of this is, I mean, I would say two things. One is that it's DC coupled. Basically, the storage and the solar plant are not connected at AC level, but at DC level, which provides some, let's say, electrical efficiency to the system. And then the other thing is that it's such, and this is not a small project. This is 200 megawatt plant of solar plant with 40 megawatt and 80 megawatt hours of energy storage systems of batteries, lithium-ion batteries. And and what's on top of this, I mean, apart from the usual, capacity firming and so on, this is really, I mean, we have provided here the plant with our IntelliBidder, GEMS IntelliBidder, which is again a software platform. And it's really a market bidding solution. This is basically taking into account weather forecast and market energy forecast, and then it provides indications on how to dispatch the system to the grid. And this is maybe the last slide I want to show. This is again, just varying on geography and size and applications as well. This is in Australia, and this is a huge one. This is 250 megawatt hours. Under construction, so what you see is a rendering, and this is basically providing really grid services. So balancing mainly, frequency regulation, and it also can provide. It also has some VSG or virtual synchronous generation mode, so it can provide grid forming capabilities if needed. And this is really part of the big effort from Australia to let's say increase renewable, or to have a grid ready to accept higher share of renewable energies. I mean, that's at the end of the day what many countries are trying to do. And certainly storage is a big element, is a key element to enable that. And that was the last slide. So I've been quite short. I hope we can get some time for Q&A.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. Very, very
Yeah.
interesting too. Everything that's got to do with GEMS software, managing the plant, balancing when it comes to batteries is very, very important. It's how you interact with the grid as well, how you make your money ultimately. So I think it's always very interesting to hear also case studies on things that are going on. So thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to just take this off and I'm going to leave the three of you here so that we can see you. We've got about 10 minutes. The first question, you've been doing a really good job, guys, answering the questions that that we had. There are a few, though, that I think are important. And please, in the audience, please keep sending them, because this is now where we're going to ask them to our experts. So this is the time that you get. So the first I wanted to ask is about being grid forming. I think a couple of you mentioned being grid forming. This question was originally for Azelio, but I can extend it to all of you. Bjorn, if you're going to go ahead and answer these questions, is your system grid forming?
I can answer the question. We are not grid forming as standalone. We are able to handle fluctuations in demand and supply, but a bit slower. So in order to be grid forming, we need to work with a fairly flat or not very fluctuating demand. Therefore, we would prefer to work together with Gabriele, for instance, with his system, and he would govern us and tell us what to do. And I've been working a lot with Wärtsilä before. I would be happy to do it again. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Olaf, go right ahead.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the presentation, the chemistry is responding basically instantly. Therefore, grid forming is a possibility. The battery can provide it. Of course, it always depends which kind of power electronics you are utilizing. But generally speaking, the answer is a clear yes, it is grid forming.
Yeah, and the same applies for battery. I mean, for lithium-ion batteries, it's more about, it's not really about the batteries, it's more about the inverters who can do that. But yeah, so it's definitely possible.
So all of those things, they need to be considered basically when you consider all of these technologies as well. How are you going to connect them and what they're going to be doing for you? I want to ask you a question about costs. I think one of you already talked about this, and it was Olaf, I think, in your presentation. How are the costs of your solution faring, considering the big recession or the big price increasement that is currently going on? I know it's particularly high, probably for lithium ion, due to all the minerals that are in there. But how are you guys doing? Are you seeing, and if your solution is going up in price, when do you expect them to come down? Do you want to start, Bjorn, and then we'll take it around?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the cost is, or price is always a bit difficult to discuss, because it really depends on the specific case and the demand and supply and all things that you need to consider. But for us, I guess that it's really fair to say that our cost or price is very much lower than diesel power genset, and also than lithium ion for the longer, like a 30 years perspective. Price, of course, our cost structure, of course, we are affected by what is happening globally. We see increased costs in what we buy, and we also have problems, same as everybody else, with supply and longer lead times and all that. But that is not really a big problem for us as of today.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, it's a global. I mean, it affects everything, from food to shoes. But I mean, it's something that it must be considered.
Yes, but for us, since we basically rely on recycled aluminium and not lithium or other rare earth materials, we are not as affected as most others, I guess.
Excellent. Olaf, you had the same, right? I think to remember from your presentation.
Yeah, also looking at the bill of materials that our batteries consist of, many of those products are byproducts of industrial processes. They are readily available. Of course, there are also some challenges in the supply chain. Also the computer chips that we are using for the battery management system. This is something we have been working on, and I am in the position now to say this has been secured. Our batteries are available, and they haven't seen an increase in their pricing in the last 6 months, as we saw it with other technologies.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. Do you want to add anything here? I know probably lithium iron is the most affected.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as of course everybody knows, and Olaf just mentioned, lithium-ion batteries are being quite affected over the past 6 months or 5 months. And so that is mainly due to the fact that the supply is what it is and the demand has just skyrocketed, not just for the storage, energy storage solutions, but mainly for the vehicles, for the electric vehicles. So that has driven up the demand. Now, of course, mines and solutions globally are catching up, so they will increase supply for sure, but that's not going to happen overnight. So for sure, we will see some high price level for some more time, at least a matter of months, maybe a year. And that impacts the economic of the project. Doesn't impact the the viability of the solution. The solution is still the same, but clearly there will be projects on tiny economics that will have to be postponed maybe, or kind of delayed at least. Yeah, that's certainly possible.
I mean, it's like anything, it's a cycle. So now we're on the high time of the cycle, but then there is enough investment that is going now that I bet you in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, we're going to be here and we're going to go like, we wouldn't believe that the costs are as low. This is just the way it happens. When during the pandemic, we didn't see so much investment, and now we're hitting the bottleneck, and then we will see a lot more. I think also this is something to consider, but it is a shame to have to postpone something, that is so important as this is. There is a question that is just sent us now. It says, what are the storage solutions for small-scale residential and commercial applications? It seems to be that the technology is focusing on aggregate low demands or large-scale customers. I believe the strategy of individual households are not being looked enough. These are the markets that will push growth in the sector when governments in developing countries lack the financial and political power to do so. This is a good question. I mean, are we attacking the right market here? I mean, usually utility scale is more economical just for matter of scale, but is this a market in Southern Africa where we need to focus more on residential and perhaps smaller systems? Your systems are mostly scalable, but what do you think?
From my side, I mean, unfortunately, our system, technically we can go down to like 10 kilowatts or something like that output, which is a bit too much even for a household. But commercially we want to stay about 100 kilowatts. So for us, we have, unfortunately, for the person asking this question, we are not there today. We may be able to get something for the future, but not today.
What about Olaf?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same situation. I mean, our focus is really on larger scale. We do not focus on small households. It might well be that larger communities could utilize one of our batteries if we combine different households. From my experience, that's a more economic way to achieve autonomy than every household having its own solution, because you have more to level, and you have more flexibility within the community. Interesting for municipalities, also for industrial areas, where you want to provide a 24/7 green, sustainable solution. Yeah, very clearly, our focus is not on the households. We want to make our technology good for the application that we have in mind. For single households, there are other technologies.
Yeah, it's the same for you, right, Gabriele?
Yeah, exactly the same for me. Yeah, for us.
I just wanted to say that in Spain, like many European countries, we have subsidies from the government where you can put batteries in your house and in your company, even if they're not, no one is claiming them. And speaking to the industry about this, it's quite hard to convince people to put panels in their home, but now that they're coming around, but the minute that you put the battery on top of it, people are really reluctant. So it seems like an obvious market, but then it's one that is very difficult because you have to change minds completely, and there is a lot of issues. Just to bear in mind, in terms of what we are seeing here, which is a market that could arguably said it's a little bit ahead in terms of the money is there, it's really, really cheap, but people don't even want to think about it, possibly because still the cost is really high for residential customers. But anyway, it is a different situation in terms of how you're covered by the grid. So this is something also to consider, I suppose. I wanted to ask you about recycling and disposal. There was a question about it and about, how do you dispose of those? So what is your situation with salts? I mean, you both said, Salts and Aselio, that your system doesn't use anything that is that has environmental issues or anything, but what is your plan in terms of recycling and disposal of these systems 20 or 30 years down the line?
Well, I mean, most of our equipment is actually recycled from the beginning. So we put recycled aluminium, and that's our storage. So that also will lead to that recycling at the end of lifetime is already there, and hopefully we'll be putting in another test pod 30 years away. Then you have, of course, a small like components related to the engine and so on, and these are basically done by steel, and all is all recyclable. So that's for us. It's we're already there basically.
And Olaf, what about?
Yeah, we do have a recycling scheme for our batteries in place. So we are still improving on that as only the first batteries are coming back, but we are preparing that for larger scale. And basically, many of the materials used in the battery can be reused for other purposes. We have metal, we have materials that can be reused in construction industry. So there is a recycling concept in place.
Yeah, well, for lithium-ion, it's a nascent industry, of course, because now we're starting to get, or the market is starting to give back to recyclers batteries. There are currently technologies available. There are two, at least, or the mainstreams, and so it's totally possible. Of course, they will have to comply with certain regulations depending on countries or regions, in Europe, for instance. And what we're seeing is that this is just, again, really, we're at the beginning of that technology. So we do expect, or the market expect, in fact, to see better technology, improved technologies, and economy of scale as well. So currently it is a cost that has to be considered, in 20 years looking forward. But for sure, in 20 years from now, there will be much more options to recycle batteries. Even geographically, now there's not so many. For instance, if we look at Africa, even Europe itself, there is not so many centers to recycle batteries, but they're just growing now. Of course, they will follow the battery. So the batteries the battery market is evolving now, while the recycling battery market will just evolve in a few years later. But yeah, it's a cost. It has to be considered, but it's not really an issue as such.
Thank you very much to the three of you. Since we're out of time, I just want to give a conclusion. We have a challenge. The challenge is we need to change course in terms of how we produce our energy. The other challenge is that when we produce with renewable energy, this is variable and it is there when it is there. There are solutions, however, to this challenge. You can use renewable energy when you need it if you use storage solutions. Here you have a few answers to this challenge that we have. We have a solution that is actually two. There are long-term solutions in terms of that they can take the energy when it's there and discharge it later when it's necessary. We also have a solution that can respond really quickly and actually, like set the grid, so that it's balanced and it can deal with more variability and more variable renewable energy. These are all solutions that we all need in every grid system. What we need to think is about how do we help the grid, maintain stability and also provide energy when it's needed? And all of the solutions will be part of the puzzle 100%. So thank you very much, the three of you, for being here today. I just wanted to ask and let people know that they're asking, for the contacts of the different speakers. They're going to be in the materials, okay? So feel free to just contact them once you get the materials. We'll send you a link with the presentations. And for you, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for also supporting this workshop that is so important and that I think will help in two ways. One, with information for the people who are there working on the ground, and second, with also networking, getting to know each other so that you guys can start, a business relationship and set up projects. And without further ado, I'm going to say goodbye to you guys because we have the next session. And in the next section, we're going to be talking about one industry that is very, very important in Southern Africa and that requires a lot of the solutions that we're discussing, particularly the storage solutions, which is the mining industry. So we're going to be talking about this. So now all of my speakers, you can now switch off your cameras because we're going to be taking 2 minutes to just invite the next speakers up. And also I'd like to invite my colleague Carlos, who is going to be doing the chairing for the next part of the workshop. Thank you very much. See you literally in 2 minutes. Okay, I think you all are here now.
Yes.
I have Carlos in here too. And Arnoldo's welcome. It's good to see so many familiar faces. Hi, guys.
Hi,
Good to
Belen.
catch up. It's been a while, eh?
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, I'm delighted to have you here. I've been chairing the first part of the project, so now I'm going to leave my colleague with you. But I'm going to be paying a lot of attention. I love all of these sessions about mining, you know, and how to use it in industries. So thank you very much for being here today, Carlos. I yield to you and to Arnoldus for this session.
Thank you very much, Belen. And well, thank you to everybody who is in the audience, you know, for being with us today. So right now, as Belen mentioned, we're going to be talking about mining and how mining could be more decarbonized and resilient thanks to renewable energy and storage. So for that, we have 4 experts in this subject matter who will be talking about this today, and these will be a little bit different. You know, it won't be presentations, and then Q&A will be more of a debate, and so this is how it will work. So I will now give the floor to Arnoldus, who will be chairing this session. And before I do that, remember that you can send questions through the Q&A box, and I encourage you to do so. But yeah, okay, Arnoldus, yeah, go for it.
Hi, welcome to all of you. Today we will talk about a very interesting thing. Is mining, because mining is the real question on renewables. You can make renewables without mining, and even you can't use fossil fuels without mining. But anyway, first of all, I want to present our speakers today. So please, can you make elevator pitch presentations? Because please, Wilco first.
Good. Yeah, I was struggling just for a second there with my Wi-Fi for a second. So we've got some load shedding here. So hopefully everybody can hear me now again. So just very briefly about myself. I'm an electrical engineer. I've got more than 20 years of experience, mostly in renewables and energy storage, but also in hybrid power plants. A little bit more just about DRA and what we do. DRA is a dual-listed, diversified global engineering group. In short, we build mines. We understand mining requirements and we have a passion for mining. There's a lot of noise in the market around renewables, and it's and specifically about the possible role that it can play within the mining environment. And this is often driven by ESG and carbon reduction programs. DRA assists mining houses in delivering real value through renewable energy projects, but also help them to achieve their carbon reduction targets by looking wider than just renewable energy projects. I really look forward to this discussion.
Okay, Martin from Germany, right?
Yeah, out of Hamburg, which today is opposite to the image. And yeah, my name is Martin Schlecht. I'm co-founder and director, COO of Suntrace. Suntrace is an independent renewable energy expert. We started with CSP. We do a lot of PV, but we have storage solutions and hybrid concepts in our portfolio of services. We advise governments and private entities across the globe, from Uzbekistan to Chile, and also we have quite some footprint in African countries. And in the mining sector particularly, we have some very nice references with the B2Gold Fekola project, currently still the operating largest off-grid PV and battery system. That is 36 megawatt PV and 15.5 megawatt hours of battery. Soon it will be outplaced by some bigger projects that are already progressing, but not yet operational. We are working on some other projects as well, and we see ourselves as a solution finder. So we are not providing systems or equipments, but we help the clients to identify the solutions that meet their expectations, both technically and economically. And that's exactly the interesting balance that needs to be found between what's technically helpful, how many CO2 savings can be made, and what's the actual cost of power, and actually, do you have a profit from going renewables? That's in this segment, we're trying to help our clients to improve their economics and their carbon footprint at the same time.
Okay, and now Dominic from today from Lisboa, maybe?
From Lisboa, correct. Good morning to you all.
But you live most of the time in South Africa or in Africa.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah.
So, well, very pleased to be speaking on this panel. Just by way of introduction, my name is Dominic Gonzalez. I have about 12 years experience in the clean energy space. Firstly, working as an energy analyst at the start of the renewable energy procurement program in South Africa. Then working as a developer, IPP, EPC contractor for a number of years for Abengoa. So I was involved in the CSP plants in rounds 1 and 3 of the renewables program. And a range of experience across developing some PV projects and projects around Southern Africa during that time. And also in the last 3 or 4 years with a particular focus on mining and also developing or supporting the technology development of newer types of batteries. So it was at Abengoa in Spain for a number of years and working on the commercialization of some new battery technologies and around the integration potential of that. My current role is as decarbonization associate leading decarbonization for Cresco Project Finance. We're a boutique consultancy. We're currently working with around 20 African mines at the moment with transaction advisory, so helping them prepare procurement for renewables as well as batteries, and currently also entering into green hydrogen as well. And we're doing a lot of energy strategy work for mines and basically helping mining clients or end users understand the cost, reliability, efficiency, etc., all of the parameters around what renewables can do specifically for their operations, and helping them prepare long-term planning for net zero, while at the moment trying to optimize energy savings and understanding that fine line between achieving energy savings for the mining operation while incorporating more renewables and leading towards decarbonization. So very pleased to be talking to you all.
Okay, that's fine. And finally, my name is Arnoldus van den Hurk. My work basically in the last 10 years is to make training for people like you, like people from energy, in order to better understand mining. And by 2015, I founded REMI's Renewable Energy and Mining International Observatory in order to support to the decarbonization of mining using renewables and other questions. But finally, in the last year, also I am involved with the Green Cross UK, is an NGO, and I'm the climate mining leader in that case. So I will do now a small presentation for you in order to to launch to really understand what mining means in terms on climate change. No, right? So I think I could share my yes, right, here we are. Okay. Do you see this? Right. Do you see the screen? Is right? Hello? Hi. Is anybody? Okay.
I can see it.
Yeah, right. What is the real carbon footprint of mining and metals? No, there is a study of a group of experts. Really is a think tank with more than 1,000 researchers, and they published this book several years ago, Drawdown, and they make several approaches about the global carbon footprint in the world. No, and some of the figures we'll see here. When they say CO2 from burning fossil fuels, I say scope 2 and 3 mining carbon footprint. For example, when they say CO2 from cement industrial chemicals, I say scope 1 mining carbon footprint, which means all the things linked to energy related and material related are linked directly or indirectly with mining. So which means 65% of total global carbon footprint is linked to mining. And according to a study of environmental report on UN 2019, a third of the CO2 is linked to agriculture. So if we put together mining and agriculture, we are close to 95 or 98% of the total problem. So this is one side, but when we see this information by sectors approach, we could see energy production, and they say energy production 25%. I say scope 2 and 3 energy minerals carbon footprint. When they say industry, you have to know that 38% of industry carbon footprint of the world belongs to scope 1 mining and metals. When they say transportations, I say scope 3 fuel minerals carbon footprint. When they say buildings, I say scope 3 construction and industrial minerals carbon footprint. And there are others, it's 5% of others. So basically, when we make this approach, the total carbon mining footprint, direct and indirect, is 57.98%. So the conclusion is that mining is the elephant in the carbon global room. Okay. The drawdown 101 proposed several solutions about mining solutions. Several solutions that basically are mining solutions. For example, electricity. They say we have to put more green and cool roofs, which means construction minerals, metals precious. And every of this, most of the solutions they propose, the shift production for example, in renewables means cement and metals, mining, cement and metals, in shift energy sources, in enhanced efficiency, hybrid cars, electric cars, trains, all means metals mining. Shifts to other alternatives, for example, bicycle infrastructure means construction of mineral metals, or a telepresence, IT metals, fiber optics, high purity quartz, for example, or enhanced building efficiency. What I want to show you that the problem comes from mining, but the solution is also based on mining. So, and what about South Africa mining on this? So according to the Metals and Mining Council of South Africa, this year they say that 15% of the total power consumption links to mining in South Africa, and a 10% on smelters. So if we get pressure to this market in order to produce the metals we need to the energy transition, we make a general approach that we suppose that in 2035, the total amount of power that mines will need in South Africa will be 27.07 and 15.38% for smelters. Okay, and this is not very impressive because when we see Chile, they don't have so much smelters. They have 32% of total amount of power used or consumed by mining. And in Peru, even it's worse. We make a study 3 years ago, about the requirements of power for the Peruvian mines, and that in 2019 was 31%. In 2030, it's supposed to be 35, close to 36%, and basically in Peru, in 2040 is 41%. But this market will be 2 times the market of today. So that all this framework can show you why the miners are so concerned about the carbonizations. And there's when we pick up the studies of Ernst & Young of the last 4 years, we could see that about the select global metals business risk and opportunity strengths. They say, as an example, the digital innovation 2019 was the second risk or second concern point in mining, but now it's only 7 point. But have you seen that decarbonization is going up, in the last year, and this year is the second. So I say if we talk about Olympic Games, this is the silver coin, the silver medal. But the first medal is environmental and social, is very linked to decarbonization. And the third medal, the copper medal, is license to operate, that also belongs, is linked to that. So this is, if there is a sector in the world that is very concerned about decarbonization is mining. So basically, our panel script will talk about first about the problem. You have about in Namibia or in African Botswana about the problem. Then about the awareness of South African society about the carbonizations. Then we will talk about the solution, how solar power, wind, and batteries can solve these problems. Then some testimonials of our speakers about that can prove that that could work for Africa and South Africa especially, and finally the value proposition that our speakers and their companies can show us about how to solve this challenge in the region. And finally, an expected results, how the recommendations that could be expected for future results. So go ahead, and I will leave I will leave. Okay, right. So shall we go to the first question? That is, what's the main energy problem for mining and metals companies in South Africa and Namibia? Could we start with Dominic, and then we'll go to Martin and to Wilco, and then Martin. Right.
Sure. Thank you, Arnoldus. So I think it's hard to pinpoint one specific problem, but rather to refer to a confluence of problems that the miners are facing, specifically in South Africa and Southern Africa. So one is rising electricity costs, that the tariff increases for grid power have been increasing drastically over a number of years and are expected to continue to do so. The other one is a lack of security of supply. So we've had load shedding for more than a decade. There's load shedding at the moment very heavily in South Africa. I think Wilco is currently sitting with load shedding. It's a daily issue or weekly, monthly issue of doing business in South Africa. And at the same time, miners are needing to decarbonize in order to sell product internationally and to comply with global climate change targets, which are often set by their CEOs and their boards, by investor pressures, etc. So it's really a confluence of problems. I would say that renewables has been one of the ways which, and specifically solar and wind, has been a way where miners have increasingly seen and experienced that one can achieve energy savings in almost every case in South Africa. And in Southern Africa, renewables has become cheaper than grid power. So we've achieved grid parity on renewables against the Eskom grid, for example. Although it's variable, it's still, let's say, cheaper than other sources of power. And with regards to off-grid mines, be it in Madagascar, be it in the rest of Southern Africa, for mines that are operating on diesel or HFO, renewables is certainly a lot cheaper. So there's a confluence of challenges, but also a confluence of opportunities. And I think these things are all linked. But certainly security of supply is a main challenge. Certainly the need to sell green product into increasingly sensitive global markets is a consideration. I think a lot of miners are feeling a squeeze and a push, especially global miners that are operating in South Africa and also operating other jurisdictions. I think that going ahead, they realize that they need to produce green or sustainable product. And for that, they need to decarbonize. So renewables, especially, what we'd call lower cost or variable renewables, cheap renewables, such as solar and wind, can solve a part of the problem. But certainly batteries and newer types of renewables and newer types of solutions are needed to advance that curve in towards allowing them to produce that product into the future. That's a few of the issues. I'm sure that Wilco and Martin have some different perspectives to add to that.
There's not too much to add there. Dominic, you've mentioned them all. So I think what comes out of what you've just mentioned as well is there's promises made as a result of what you've just mentioned by board members, for instance, and commitments. Promise is probably the wrong word. There's commitments made by boards and executives to say where they would like to be within the next couple of years. And I think that brings along its own challenges as well. And together with that, there's so many options and so much noise in the market. The difficulty, perhaps it's not the exact question that Arnoldus asked, but it's how do you make sense of what is available in the market? How do you get that to something that can actually deliver value to the mine? So that is from where we're sitting, we're seeing, together with what you've mentioned, in addition to, we see those 2 points.
Okay, Martin, what's your point? Please, the micro.
I'm finding the technology still difficult to handle. Obviously, my gray hair is helping me to forget things. But there was pretty much everything said. But I would, let's say, not say it's a conference of problems. It's maybe perceived as problems, but there's solutions that help the mines already now, that give some profitable entry into renewables. And it's like the first step to go to decarbonize, improve your operating cost while integrating low cost renewables. So the matter is finding the right solution. It's juggling the problems, of course, analyze the different scenarios, finding the priorities, but you also have a concert of options available, and it's difficult to differentiate which one to choose. What kind of storage are you using? How much wind resource available? When would it be? And how do you integrate it all with the existing operations to not affect their security of operations? So one day down with a mine could be the worth of the whole renewable energy facility in terms of losses that you create on some of the mines. And so it has to be very carefully integrated. And I think we need to switch from problems to solutions. And there are solutions out there that can fix part of your problem. There is no solution that will fix you to 100% renewables today, and then you're done deal, don't need to think about it. It's like an ongoing concern. You have to go and integrate things over time. You have to accommodate market developments, technology achievements, price reductions. So business cases will change every 6 months, basically. And what you perceive expensive today might change tomorrow. It might also be more expensive tomorrow, as we've just seen in the last half year. Prices went back up, and the rule of everything becomes cheaper every day, and you can bet on a cheaper PV module price or a battery price that has been reversed to some extent, but it will recover as well, but no one knows exactly when. The war from Russia in Ukraine is again complicating things on global supply chains, on materials, on cost of energy, and so much. So it's not really predictable, but it's like with your new computer, right? There's a better computer every year, but if you wait for one to buy the best computer, you'll never buy one and you'll never use one. And so the benefit of that system should come now, and then you'll just be available to buy a better system next year or 2 years down the road. So I think the transition is difficult to grab if you're not taking first steps now, and then get acquainted with technology, get more comfort with how it operates, and also develop your understanding of the renewables as a whole, because it will be a partner for your operations for a long time.
Okay, this idea you say about the computer, I say always about the lithium of Bolivia. In Spanish, we say, el arroz se puede pasar. That means when you are preparing a paella, that if you leave too many times, that's finally paella is bad. No, but anyway, shall we go to the second question? Which is the level of awareness of Southern Africa society, of the different society, about the decarbonization requirements for the sector by 2030 or 2050? Because the energy intensity is a question very, very important in mining, which means every year, in order to produce the same, you will need more energy. So we'll start now with Wilco. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of awareness already in the market. I don't know about too many mines at the moment that are not actively looking at ways to, well, at least either drive an ESG strategy or the decarbonization strategy at least. And then to bring what Dominique mentioned earlier, I mean, when you talk about reliability and the cost of energy, most mines that we're working with are in the process of either implementing something like this or at least looking at the options available. So I think the main thing on our side is that we're seeing quite a bit of tenders coming out. If you look at the quality of the requests, it is clear that it's not necessarily that not all mines necessarily understand their real requirement. I I know it's a dangerous statement if I say it like this. It sounds a little bit arrogant, but if you start understanding, if you start looking at what they are asking for and what is available, I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between the technology available at the moment to where they are driving. So the way we see it is it's probably going to be a phased approach. And it's important that people partner with somebody who can assist them along the way. There's enough companies out there that can assist, and in the process, it is a serious investment. And we believe that if you partner with the right partner, then you will get to something that makes sense. But to answer your question, the awareness, I believe that there's quite a bit happening at the moment in the market. People know that they should go somewhere. It is if what they are investing in, if that's going to really solve their problem. That's the next question for myself.
Mm-hmm. So shall we go to Martin? And I want to say about the awareness, because you are German. In Germany, the decarbonization awareness is very important. When you compare this approach from the German side to approaches in Namibia, no, I think the B2Gold deal is in Namibia, right or not?
Yeah, B2Gold has one mine in Namibia and one in Mali.
And a country like Namibia, which are the difference about the awareness about the climate change in general? No?
I mean, Germany is a rich country. Electrification is not a problem. I mean, if you don't have electricity, it's by choice. It's not because you're not connected. And it's also about substitution. So decarbonization in Europe means you have to substitute fossil generation by renewable. So you're squeezing somebody out of the market, while in so many parts of Africa and even South Africa, Wilco was telling about the load shedding. South Africa also doesn't have enough capacity to supply enough electricity for all people all the time. So there is a lot of growth in the energy generation capacity that is still needed, and would be a pity if that would be growing into the fossil. So there's an opportunity for growing while not diminishing the business cases for the existing facilities. It's more of enhancing and then giving a transition by choice, which is more for profitability and for, I mean, you don't have emissions from that system. It's not only CO2 that's kind of invisible somewhere and it hits you only by global warming, but the emissions from your cars and from the factory next door, you can actually see and smell it very often. So if you can reduce that, it's a direct benefit as well. So, but decarbonization gets a new twist recently. It's also about self-sufficiency of capacity, of generation capacity on a national level. I mean, we are experiencing it in Germany. We have such a high dependency on fossil fuel and gas, oil and coal from Russia that we are struggling to quit buying it. Despite we want to force them to stop the war, we cannot, let's say, quit the gas because our economy really depends on the private heatings, but also the industries using the gas a lot. So there's a big discussion about energy security, and it will shift to produce your energy within your own boundary, which is easily doable by renewables if you don't have the resources. So I think that that's actually changing the debate a lot towards renewables. It's adding a lot of factor. It's taking it away from this hypothetical decarbonization, which in all the companies seems to start from top, going down to bottom and see where can I actually achieve these emission reductions, right? You do a roadmap, you project, like Wilco says, 30% by 2030 reduction, and then you have to find that 30% where you can actually get rid of that 30% of CO2 emissions while still have a profitable outcome for your operations and not overpaying the energy that you need to consume. So this perception is really growing. And as you see, as a concern, I think it's grown as a perception, as a problem. And as I mentioned earlier, if we grow that problem into solutions and into benefits, like what happened in the gold mine, right? The guys in the mine, they said, why are we spending money for the solar plant? Let's buy new trucks to have more output from the pit so we can have more ore extracted. And since the plant's operating and they see the benefit on their production cost for their minerals, for the gold in that case, they're actually celebrating the project and they're already thinking about expanding it. And that's where we need to go, I think.
Hi, Dominic. What's your opinion about the awareness in not only in South Africa, in Africa in general?
So I think that, my opinion, I think the general awareness in South Africa on climate change issues has been quite low, I would say, relatively low compared to some global sort of standards. But I think that, you know, the catastrophic climate change events that happened in Durban last week with the flooding, hundreds of people dead, huge damage to properties, infrastructures, power and water offline, etc. It's clear that climate change is one of the main factors that caused that catastrophic event in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and Durban. And I think that, you know, people are increasingly aware of how connected these things are. And I think that, you know, Africa and decarbonization and mining, there's an interesting nexus there because, as you mentioned, you know, mining is needed to produce the metals needed for renewables and for batteries and for the energy transition. And at the same time, mines themselves have realized that in order to reduce their energy costs and help with resilience and autonomy, etc., that building in renewables capacity, one can achieve energy savings or cost savings and improve with resiliency and autonomy, and also help decarbonize. So it's got multiple benefits. So I think that there's very few mines that are not looking or considering renewables from that effect. There's almost an integration top down and bottom up between where mines are producing metals for the clean energy revolution, at the same time using clean energy to produce power to do that. So there's natural circular economy sort of de facto starting to happen. What we're seeing at the moment in the South African renewables and storage market is that it certainly started off very well and very fast from the public procurement program point of view, the RMIP, the Renewables RIPP program. Sort of more than 100 projects, project finance, and relatively short amount of time, the first few rounds particularly. But I think that now things are largely shifting to the private space as well, which is being largely led by mining. So from Cresco's point of view, we're aware of at least 4,000 megawatts of renewables under planning, pre-procurement, and procurement and adjudication by mines and heavy industry and large corporates in Southern Africa. We're acting as transaction advisors on many of those projects. And I think that really the market in South Africa has shifted from perhaps, a buyer's market, a couple of years ago to a seller's market in a way. We had an issue about a year ago with some grid capacity constraints in the Northern Cape, where a lot of solar plants were being developed. So there was less sites or less good quality sites than was expected or desired. Now that is somewhat shifting. The new grid study has come out and has shown more sort of grid stability with regards to that. But certainly what we're seeing is that, there's round 5 has just happened, round 6 has been launched. On the public procurement point of view, RMIPP might be jeopardized or might go ahead. I think that's a big question mark. But at the same time, private procurement is starting to happen as the regulatory issues start to get eased. And I think that one thing we're seeing is that, there's lots of especially PV and wind plants that have been developed, for the public sector that now are being sort of bid into the private sector, particularly mining. And I think that from Cresco's point of view, there's certainly, it's the mining industry is a very different market. It's a different profile of client. There's different needs, different requirements around that power. And so, it's not sort of one size fits all in terms of converting sort of a PV plant for the RIPP towards a mining application. There's many other considerations, etc. So we're seeing quite a range of difference in terms of the quality of bids being bid into programs and being bid into private mining sort of programs. But at the same time, it's almost inevitable that renewables is able to achieve cost savings in almost every way. Batteries a little bit more complex. Maybe we can touch on that a little bit later. That's just some general views on, I guess, decarbonization, energy, and mining from the South African context. Sorry, you're on mute, Arnold, I think.
Yes, I want to make a proposal for you is to get together the questions 3 and 4. That's solution opportunities with the testimonials. So how could clean energy, solar, PV, wind, and batteries help to solve this mining regional problems? And if you have any testimonials about that, about your experience doing this solution. So we could start with Wilco now, right?
Sorry, I was ready for Martin to start on this one. I thought his name was on. Oh, it's me first. Sorry. Yeah. So yes. So I think you've mentioned that, Dominique, as well, is that there's no one-size-fits-all solution. We need to look at every mine has got its specific requirements. So there's no easy way to just walk in and say we can make this happen. I mean, if we look at the solutions and the opportunities we've seen in South Africa at the moment, there's many projects that are not happening within time or within budget. I mean, I don't know about too many of these large projects that have happened within time, within budget, specifically if you look at mines. So you need to look at partnering again with somebody that can drive the process, make sure that whatever you committed, whatever you plan to do, that's because it is a serious capital investment, that it actually delivers what it's supposed to deliver. It doesn't help looking back and say we should have done it the other way around. So that's the first thing I wanted to mention specifically, especially if you look at something like health and safety. The additional requirements that we have on mining that you probably don't have in all the other aspects of the traditional REIPP type applications. So if I can go to a quick case study here, this is not in South Africa, but this is a mine that we've done this and where we've implemented this, and it's a very nice example because it explains exactly what I was trying to say just now. There's a mine that we are involved in the DRC, and they've got roughly about 40 megawatts worth of hydro, about 40 megawatts worth of diesel generators, and they've got a large battery. Now, if you look at all these power sources, if I say that battery is a power source, which it isn't, if you look at the various ones, they're not perfect, but in combination, they give the mine something that they really needed. So if you look at a mine, the first thing they need is reliability. So within this combination, they've got the reliability. The next one is they want to reduce the cost of energy. And the combination of the batteries together with the hydro solution makes sure that you've got reliability, but also the lower cost of energy coming from hydro specifically. So the main drive on our side, and that is something I will come back every time to, is to say that firstly, you need to have a reliable system, because whatever you think you're going to save along the way, you're going to lose that in loss of production if you don't have a reliable system. So reliability has to be first and foremost. So if it's a South African environment, it's a South African solution that we're looking at, then absolutely make sure that it's a reliable system first and foremost. And then we start looking at the rest of the system. So from our side, reliability first, and then we look at all the other aspects. Yeah, that's from me. I think you're on mute again, Arnoldus.
Arnoldus, you're on mute.
Excuse me. No, Martin, what do you think about that? About the solution of solar, wind, or hydro and batteries, and your experience or your testimonials in
right. I mean,
South Africa?
We have an experience with solar and battery on an off-grid mine where the business case is very specific. I mean, you're offsetting fuel consumption, which is very economic in first, second, and third. But of course, the fluctuations of the renewables create a problem in the first place, that usually if you just put PV and the engines, then the engines would need to cover for the fluctuations. So the cycling of the engines going up and down would be a problem, and you need the spinning reserve from the engine. So you're not trusting to shut down one engine for sure if it takes you 20 minutes to bring him online as with heavy fuel oil. So you'll be saving less fuel than in theory if you don't have the battery. So the battery can actually help a lot just to cover for that startup time for heavy fuel oil engines, for example. So like 30 minutes will give you a lot of comfort to get your engines up and running. And then what we have introduced in our case as well is like a weather forecasting system that we're looking day ahead, 6 hours ahead, 3 hours ahead, and sky monitoring. So the operators really know what they have to expect in terms of fluctuations, and they know already for how long the sun will shine and if clouds will come at approximate time they will arrive. So they will reduce the output from the solar project so they can have one engine ready to produce. And that's working pretty well so far. We have almost 1 year of full operations with the whole facility, and actually the guys on the mine are shutting down more engines than we have anticipated. So they're more aggressive in using the solar for their operations. So in this case, I think it's a real success story. The fuel savings are higher than what they have anticipated. The use of the battery works well, and the PV produces, and the maintenance also works well. So that's kind of a good place where I think, which is the next step to have a real impact from renewables, is to integrate with wind, because wind can usually operate also during night. It operates during morning and afternoon. And so it gives you a direct supply of renewable electricity, which doesn't need to go through storage, because storage always adds a cost. You put a capex and then you need to charge it, you need to discharge from it, and you have some loss. So definitely using a storage will increase your cost of power in any means. And so you want to keep the size of that storage minimal. In an off-grid case, you will be able to calculate this against the cost of fuel, which is increasing. So that's a very beneficial case. But if you're grid connected, maybe you use the grid for the storage, and then you need to understand how flexible is the grid. Does it have scheduled shutdowns, load sheddings like in South Africa? Then you want to prepare for the load sheddings to keep your operations up. Maybe the mines are not affected by load sheddings because Eskom doesn't shed the most dominant users for them. But that's a calculation that comes in when you're grid connected, like in South Africa. So it's a totally different story, but very similar. The cost competitiveness is less because of Eskom tariffs, but the threat of increasing power prices from Eskom is also there. The reliability is a concern. And so you will tailor a different solution. And it's exactly as Wilco says, there is no one size fits all or one approach fits everything solution. You have to look for the mine. How is the production? What's actually their load demand cycle? Can they shift operations to daytime and reduce during nighttime? Then solar makes a lot more sense. But if you operate 24/7 base load, you have to cover it all. And any interruption in the mining operations creates a big hiccup and a huge cost. So the reliability definitely is on the priority, and you should never risk that for some lower cost renewable solution.
Okay, thank you. That remembers me the evolution of grid mines in Australia. They started with solar, then solar and batteries, and finally now they are putting the wind for the mine. So it seems the same in South Africa.
Yeah,
so
if you compare the wind against the battery, right? If you put a huge solar to cover for the energy that you need to consume during the night, and you compare it to wind, and you have enough wind resource, the wind is the lower cost option, definitely. So that's natural to go for wind. If you do it in the first place, you can maybe even size your PV accordingly, and you're not having an oversized PV if you put the wind.
That's good. Okay, Dominic, tell us about the solutions and your the testimonials in South Africa about the success of solar PV and batteries and maybe wind.
Sure. And excuse me, my camera seems to have gone off, a bit of a hardware issue. So I hope you can still hear me okay, but not see me. So yeah, I mean, from Cresco's side, we've adjudicated more than 200 bids over the last few years, which is, I think, quite a lot in the African mining space. And firstly, it was looking at straightforward solar, and then looking at solar and batteries and hybrid projects. Always requiring the use of backup power, either HFO or engines, especially for off-grid clients. But in almost every case, this is now making economic sense because the price of diesel is expensive, the price of HFO is expensive. So while you need to have that redundancy built into the system, and that is a 100% requirement of the miners, at the same time, one can achieve energy savings and create, well, improve your systems by essentially considering this as the first step of a systems upgrade in a way. Is sort of how we see it. So yeah, I think the success factors are clear. I think that most of our clients who've progressed down this path, and I think that we started supporting the procurement of these types of projects as early as 2014, which is very early. So some time has happened, and still mines today are just beginning on this journey. So there's a very big difference in terms of some mines, have been on this journey for quite a while. Others are simply beginning. But I think it's very clear that renewables can achieve cost savings and all sorts of additional benefits. On the battery side, it's quite interesting. There's a huge need in principle. But we feel that there's a lack of understanding and engagement, particularly on the South African market, between suppliers, BESS, energy storage service providers, developers, and integrators on the one hand, and then prospective buyers and end users on the other hand. So, the demand for time of use shifting and peak shaving is of course clear. Load shedding, as we said, has been around for more than 10 years, and it's probably going to be around for at least the next 5 to 10 years. It's not going away. So I think that, those two benefits are completely clear, but I think that other applications, the building in of and the pricing in of the value of ancillary services, and the benefit of being able to provide balancing power and value stacking. I think that these things have been less explored and defined on both the buyer side and the seller side, and perhaps we've seen that. And I think that for that, there's an opportunity for further engagement to make the business case and the financials more attractive. There's issues like dips, longer outages, scope 3 emissions and green product, etc. All of these kind of things. I think that there's opportunities for new types of long duration energy storage technologies on the Southern African market, particularly for off-grid clients due to costing issues, etc., as well as resiliency. So I think that the battery market, there's huge opportunity, but in terms of projects on the ground, we've still seen very few. And I think that there's a long road to walk. So I think that in principle, the value is there, but that value has yet to be properly unlocked. Whereas on the renewable side, it has been fairly effectively unlocked so far and is continuing to do so. So a lot of work needs to be done, I think, on the battery side, and more engagement, between suppliers and buyers, etc., to scope these things out effectively and to unlock that value and to optimize it. And I think that's going to be the interesting space to follow in the next 2, 3, 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Let me question Dominic, because you have some experience about a project with flow batteries, right?
Correct, yes.
So, and what do you think about flow batteries in Africa? What's the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that each technology has its role to play, and I don't think it's one size fits all. So lithium is the dominant battery technology today, but it's got certain limitations. And although it's still the cheapest in most cases, one of the aspects is the length of duration or the discharge, etc. But there's various other, benefits that other types of batteries and other types of energy storage solutions can provide. Flow batteries is one of them. A lot of the mines are very interested in flow batteries because obviously developing product or developing raw materials that can go into that process. And there's various different minerals or metals that can be put into that. Vanadium, zinc, platinum, various other kind of raw materials into that. But there's various technologies, and I think that we're going to see quite an interesting evolution in this space, because to date we've had largely lithium, and I think it's still going to continue for quite a while. But I think that newer types of energy storage, especially looking at thermal energy storage and mechanical energy storage, there's been a lot of skepticism, I think, in the market in terms of viability, in terms of commercial viability, in terms of bankability, how to finance these things, how they work. It's hard. We are financial modelers and evaluators. We're doing a lot of modeling, and it's quite difficult sometimes to it's not like sort of PV and wind where you can get to a very kind of short range of analyzing a project. These are very case specific technologies, but that creates a lot of advantage because certain mines and certain energy consumers are able to analyze, and that's what we're helping support these clients to do, is going, okay, well, what are the resources you have available? What are your needs, etc. And then seeing what types of technologies and solutions can best fit. So a lot of it depends on the geographic jurisdiction, on issues around land and all of these kind of things. But I think that we're going to see interesting developments in that space. And I think that mines and end users And on the other hand, developers and solutions providers that are able to identify those specifics, there's going to be very interesting projects that will go ahead. The main issue there is that there's fragmentation. It's not like a standardized thing like PV and wind.
Okay. Shall we go now to the question of what your we will start with Martin. What Suntrace value proposition can solve and help to the players in the region? So what is your value proposition in order to help to develop a better, more sustainable and resilient Africa?
Right. As I said in the beginning, Suntrace is an independent expert. So we provide advisory. And we are mainly technically structured. So we do focus on the technical solutions on the mine level. And what we're doing with the clients that we have is that we're analyzing together with them their on-site situation to tailor the solution that makes the most sense from their own thinking of how much of renewables do they want to implement. What are their economic requirements? How can they meet this? Would they be going for an EPC and own the project, or would they like to have an IPP and tender out a PPA? We can definitely help to identify those solutions, how to integrate them with the existing operations. It's like a surgery on an operating element. You don't want to affect it by introducing something new. And so from these aspects, we are providing the experience and the guidance to help find the solutions in the market that makes the most sense for this mining operation. So we are independent from any of the suppliers, of the developers, of the equipment suppliers, so that we are totally neutral from this and can look at other aspects. And going forward, I think it's also good to keep in mind that this is just a first step. Focus on what's economic today and implement this one. And when you're done, you have some experience, another solution will be more economic. So you can upgrade your system. And that's, I think, how the mine should be approaching renewable energies. It's not like you buy one diesel plant in the first place and then you have to care about fuel. This time you don't have to care about fuel, but you have to care about upgrading your system every once in a while and go with the market. And as Wilco said as well, the business cases are emerging. So with every technology evolution and cost reduction, other business cases start making sense that look not making sense, making at today's perspective. So it's good to have an open mind and an open eye and look into the future.
Okay, and Wilco, DRA, what's the value proposition in order to help mining and South African and African society?
Yeah, thanks, Ronaldus. Yes, I think it's important from our side to understand that DRA builds mines. So we're very passionate about mining. We are working very closely with mines. So we prefer to partner with mines. This is not just, more often than not, this is not a once-off project that we take and run with it. Usually this forms part of a bigger whole, and the idea is to add the maximum value to the mine. So there's a lot of noise in the market. There's a lot of technologies out there. Things are changing very, very rapidly, and it's almost impossible if you are a miner to understand to be abreast of, with all the new technologies out there and understand exactly how that will benefit you. And often what we find is that what you gain on the one, you may possibly lose on the other. So the idea is, how do we go back to your real requirements? So that's why I mentioned initially, we work with mines and we prefer to partner with the mines. So we go back and we look at what is available, what is your real requirement, and how do we match those best? So we identify the technology that makes sense now and what may make sense in the future. The idea then is to build a backbone, and as the technologies becomes viable over time, to hook these onto the system to get to something that continues to deliver the value to the mine. Also, we see that if your strategy is decarbonization, it's often not the case that you can just put in a PV plant and that will solve your problem. You need to look at the mine itself. And given that we build mines, we build processing plants, we are involved in mining, we can look at it from a much higher level and identify things that will deliver much more value than just bringing in one or two pieces of renewable technology. The other important thing on our side is that we will always look at reliability first and foremost. How does this affect the reliability of the system? Because as I said earlier, anything that we add to the mix that will save you money, you will lose all that money in loss of production if you're not careful. Mm-hmm. So from our side, that will be the main thing. But the main message on our side is we prefer to partner with mines and drive the process and make sure that what was promised is actually delivered.
Okay, thank you, Wilco. And Dominic, what about Cresco?
Yeah, sure. So
your value proposition.
And sorry, I'm still having a video issue. Our value proposition is really to help solve the information gap between buyers and sellers, and to help clients understand how much does this cost to go green or to decarbonize or improve your power system, etc. And how to achieve energy savings, and what is that fine line between achieving energy savings and where you're going to pay a green premium, and helping our clients, largely buyers and mines, to understand, evaluate, procure, and implement these solutions effectively. So on the one hand, helping to procure projects, and understanding that fine line between practical procurement, often what bids sort of say, and ultimately how it finally is, ensuring that clients are able to get a good and competitive deal, and helping to plan for the future. So right now, helping to incorporate renewables while planning for other more Horizon 3 initiatives like green hydrogen, like solutions that will be invented and developed over the next year. So helping our clients prepare for pathways to net zero, even though a lot of that is very far out, 2030, 2040, 2050, and knowing that those technologies aren't yet commercialized, but at the same time starting along that path and understanding what the costs are today, what the efficiencies are today, what the technology can and can't do. And then on the other hand, also working with IPPs, developers, EPC contractors, and OEMs to also help bridge the information gap, and to help them understand what the clients actually need and want, what is sort of on their mind, and how to best sort of engage with them, on a lot of these projects. So really helping to bridge the gap between both sides. And we hope that we're helping to fill an important role in terms of helping with finance, financial modeling, evaluation, energy strategy, to really help these clients take thoughts into plans, into procurements, into action, into implementation, enabling them to save money while helping to decarbonize. That's really the value that we bring in.
Okay, thank you. So we are finishing our panel, and I would like that every one of you tell us which are the expected future results. What do you see? What do you watch the future in the Southern Africa cone about renewables and mining? So we could start with Martin. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm a renewable enthusiast after I get rid of my carbon footprint in coal about 13 years ago. So I'm with renewables and I'm an addict to that. And I'm very convinced that an all renewable world will be something that we have on the horizon. And the sooner people are materializing that and seeing their business cases transitioning into the renewables as well, I'm really looking forward to have that penetrating the governments and the national industries in a positive way. I think it will give so many benefits to society, to the environment, to everything, that it's not a threat. It's actually a benefit that we will all harvest. The sooner we go there and implement renewables, the better it will be for everyone. And I don't think it's hugely costly as everyone announces. I think it's a cost saving in the end, and look forward to work on achieving this goal.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Wilco, what's your expected results about this energy transition, especially in South Africa?
I think in short, Arnoldo said, renewables make sense. I mean, initially we had to explain and motivate why people should go green. We don't need to motivate that anymore. It makes financial sense. It can add additional reliability to the system. There's so many benefits I can list. So on my side, the main thing that I would just like to see is we don't want failures. We want these projects to work. We want them to deliver the value. That is the way I see it, because unfortunately, if something goes belly up at some point, people are gonna blame renewables for this. It's not renewables. It is it implemented properly? Yes or no? If it is implemented properly, there should be no problem, and we will all benefit from that.
Okay, so Dominic.
Sure. Closing comments from my side. I completely agree with both Wilco and Martin. Just a last comment to add. I think that, you know, the energy transition is well underway. As Wilco said, we don't need to prove or justify, you know, with sort of PV and wind standalone that one can achieve energy savings. We're now moving to more complex solutions. So we're moving to hybrid solutions. We're moving to green hydrogen. We're moving to, you know, a lot of fragmentation of technology. So in our view, we're moving from a first phase of the energy transition, which was clean tech, towards climate tech. There's more sophistication, there's more complexity. We're looking to solve different issues. You know, PV and wind is variable and low cost. There's also higher cost new technologies that are being commercialized that are solving different issues and that are dispatchable. There's longer duration energy storage technologies coming into play. And there's various issues, not just on PV and wind. The market is very fast materializing, very fast maturing. So an interesting space. Most players in South Africa have dipped their foot in renewables so far, as we've said, but I think that this next phase is going to be really interesting. And South Africa, Southern Africa is a perfect market for it, because outside of South Africa, you've got a lot of off-grid applications using expensive diesel and HFO. Inside South Africa, you've got load shedding. You've got lots of issues that require the resilience that renewables and some of these technologies are able to provide. So interesting space. It's going to be a busy space. We're seeing a lot of market fragmentation. And as Wilco also said, you know, we need projects to work. We need them to be successful, but we also need a lot of hands on deck to develop these solutions. We need a lot of engagement between partners to make sure that all these solutions are covered, between, you know, the engineering on the one hand, the finance on the other hand, technical, legal, permitting, all of these issues. And we need a lot of future engagement to make sure that that we don't miss anything, that we develop projects properly, that they implement it properly, that they work, etc. So yeah, exciting space to be in.
Okay, I will put my hat of South Africa to take. So guys, if you want the people of the Crown to come with us to change the African energy transition, or to help to energy transition, especially to develop climate mining, please contact with these three people and companies. I think it was a luxury to have this hour with them, and don't forget that without mining there are no solutions on renewables, on hydrogen, on anyone. So mining is necessary for this transition. Thank you very much, Martin, Wilco, Dominic, and we'll put together, and please get in touch. In 2 or 3 days, I think you will receive all the information of these companies and presentations if you want to go deeper with us. So shall we go? And thank you very much for your attention and all your sharing of wisdom, not only knowledge, wisdom, because wisdom means knowledge more ethics. Okay, right. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you very much, Arnoldo, and thank you, Dominic, Martin, and Wilco. Great panel, and you know, hope to see you back here for other sessions at some point. So yeah, have a good day. I hope you can join. Also, you can stay on as you know, viewers for our next session on financing. And yeah, up next we have the fourth and final session of the workshop, which is on financing renewables plus storage projects in the Southern Africa region. So yeah, I hope you know, you continue with us. You know, as always in these sessions, you'll have the chance to ask questions using the Q&A box, and yeah, we'll see you here briefly once the all the speakers are up. So yeah.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can see that Reintier, Jonathan, Frederick, and Mitch, who are our speakers for the next session. And before we start, I'd like to thank all the people who are in the audience who have been with us since this morning, and thank you for for supporting this workshop. I hope you have learned and a lot, and yeah, thank you for being with us. So we'll actually start with this workshop soon. It's moderated by Jonathan Walters, so I'll let him take the reins of the presentation from here. Over to you, Jonathan. Jonathan, okay,
yes,
there you go.
Thank you, Carlos. I just had a slight technical delay. My name is Jonathan Walters. I'm an energy and climate economist with a long fascination with Southern Africa and its potential for clean energy. As we know, South Africa has committed itself to a gradual transition away from coal to a much higher level than now of renewables. And of course, very important to that is how that's going to be financed and how the complementarity between storage and renewables is going to be managed. What kind of technologies, what kind of market mechanisms, what kind of terms of financing for those very large investments that need to take place in order for that green transition to happen. We have a great panel with us with a lot of expertise on financing storage and renewables in Southern Africa, in South Africa in particular. We have Fred Fedol from the World Bank. We have Rentier Fontonda from Standard Bank and Mitch Brandt from Nedbank. Let me start by asking each of the panelists to introduce themselves, starting with Frederick and then Rentier and then Mitch. So Frederick, please let us know who you are.
Thank you, Jonathan, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am Frederick Verdol, Senior Energy Specialist at the World Bank based in Pretoria, where I oversee the World Bank energy operations in South Africa, Lesotho, and a few other countries. And in particular, I'm in charge of the Eskom battery storage support and the energy transition support to the government of South Africa. Over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Rentier Fontonda and I'm heading up the power sector within corporate and investment banking in Standard Bank Group. And very excited to have this session with you and looking forward to a good discussion. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Mitch Brandt from Nedbank and been quite active in the renewable energy space for the last 12 years and looking forward to participate on the panel.
Okay, thank you everybody. So I will ask in a moment each of the panelists to make some remarks and deliver a PowerPoint presentation. They'll each have 10 to 15 minutes to speak. And then at the end, in the last 15 minutes or so, we'll have time for questions and answers. We'll take all the questions and answers at the end. Could I ask people who have questions to put them in the Q&A box, put them in there at at any time that you like, and then we'll look at them all towards the end. But as questions occur to you when people are speaking, then just put them down in the Q&A box. If people who have recently joined want to introduce themselves, please use the chat box for that. Say who you are, what organization you work with, and where you come from. Let me start by asking Frederick to make his presentation. Fred, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm good. So thank you very much for the invitation again. What I will present is one example that is actually a good example of how the World Bank and the use of climate finance can help to catalyst funding for a given sector and then support the overall Southern Africa clean energy development. So I'm talking, of course, of the case of South Africa and the battery storage program, and then we'll develop on broader than this. So we'll present very briefly, sorry, the program itself, and then how it can or how it has already collaborated to market scale up and value chain creation in the country and in Southern Africa, and then what is the World Bank role into this, and then we'll take questions. So the battery program, most of you know it already. It's actually a program that was reusing some clean technology funds that were initially dedicated to demonstrating the viability of CSP, concentrated solar power in South Africa. Because the technology has been demonstrated and showed viability commercially, the government and ESCOM wanted to actually in 2018 started to think about the role of storage. At the time, storage was still quite expensive and not yet developed as of now. But as all utilities, ESCOM was looking at it in order to see how to integrate more wind and solar into their grids. So we started this way with the utility, basically shifting or directing the demonstration funds to demonstrate another technology's viability, the battery storage. And you see on the synopsis here that the idea was really to integrate more energy from wind and solar that was just signed at that time. You know, the round 3.5 and 4 were signed in April 2018, I think. And then the phase 2 would actually, the project was separated in 2 phases, and the second phase would actually scale up this first demonstration. So CO2 offset was one of the objectives. The other objective was to scale up the technology in country, meaning demonstrate that it's viable, show its interest for the different uses, and show how it can be complementary with wind and solar programs in the country, and what private sector could do to develop. Here I take back my cap of energy planner just to show that any new technology, if it's not in the map, it's difficult to make the case for the financiers in particular. The viability of it, even the visibility, you know. So here I took this map from the ESCOM 2030 roadmap, and then it was, to my knowledge, the first roadmap where they put battery storage on the map. And they said, well, we want battery storage because we know that it will be useful, and we even know where it will be useful. So that's interesting, an interesting development, you know. Coming from a utility myself, I know that utilities are pretty risk averse on new technology, not demonstrated and in country, etc. But But then because of the demonstration project we have made with them, they're actually eager to have more publicly financed and privately financed. So this is a packed slide, but just in a nutshell to show that it has been a journey, you know, between the due diligence of a first of a kind technology where ESCOM had to demonstrate that it can work, to the different entities, environmental approvals, licensing, and other aspects. And then also show to the market that basically the battery suppliers and integrators, that they wanted to have a significant print with this technology. It has been a 2 years journey in order to have this market awarded. So the first batteries have been awarded just last month. ESCOM CEO announced it, and then they would be commissioned in 10 to 12 months from now. So the next batch of batteries funded by co-financiers of the World Bank, AFDB, New Development Bank, will come in a second stage pretty soon. So what is interesting here, the market's scale-up effect, meaning that there is no causality, of course, but the chain of events shows that with this first demonstration project that started to make some noise in the public side, there has been some willingness to put formally targets on battery storage in the master plan. From this, there has been some willingness to have tenders on battery storage. And from this, there have been some interest to do manufacturing and value chain creation in country. And then all of you, or most of you, know the firms that are developing, you know, the minerals extraction and go downstream in South Africa. Right now, there is also some firms having extraction of lithium, for instance, in Zimbabwe or other countries, and interested in integrating modules and batteries in Southern Africa. So the value chain creation is starting. This is why last year with the DMRE, represented by Mintech, we started to study this and to see what is the perspective for value chain creation from the battery storage value chain. So this will be an interesting journey again. Definitely, I like to say that the hype of green hydrogen is not disturbing this silent revolution of battery storage, because the battery storage is already viable and it's already there. Private sector will invest and is investing already on grid and behind the meter, and then there will be more and more segments of the value chain created. So very quickly on what the World Bank is doing elsewhere and has done. In Southern Africa, I didn't put it in the map because it's not yet basically something that is approved or developed, but we are of course working with all the other countries to see how the battery storage technology can help them to develop faster and tap in their renewable energy resource. So a lot of interest in Southern Africa for this technology. And as you see, if I take the same map in 2018, when the World Bank president announced the support to battery storage globally, in 2018, South Africa was the first project and the only one dedicated to battery storage. Right now we have 35 and more in the pipeline. And from different uses and different sort of applications. Most of them using climate finance blended with World Bank financing, but some of them that actually are fully private. And of course, where the World Bank has a role to play is the convening power. We created this platform, the energy storage partnership, where a few South Africa and Southern Africa entities participate and collaborate. And this platform is a knowledge exchange platform where where we work on policy, we share good practices on procurement, on technology, of course, and it's pretty useful, and it's actually a direct link between the northern countries that are actually going for once at the same speed as us. So basically, we are learning a lot from each other on this platform, and this is a platform where we have public documents that are online and available to all. So I invite you to go and check what is useful for you. Thank you.
Great, Fred. Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. I encourage participants to put some questions in the Q&A box. Let me ask Rentia now to go ahead with her presentation.
Thank you, Jonathan. Hi, everyone. I can't share from my side, so I'm just checking if Carlos or Valerie can please share.
Yes, I think Valeria has the presentation, so we should be able to share shortly. So, Valeria, whenever you're ready, you can share Rentia's presentation. That is Fred's presentation. And by the way, I've seen a question here. So yes, for someone who arrived late, so it is the webinar the session is being recorded, and you will get the recording in an email. So yeah, no worries, and do please send questions through the Q&A box. And well, I can see your presentation now. So over to you, Rentia.
Thank you, Carlos. I got a few slides, but I will be quite brief. I will not talk to all of them, but I thought just by way of introduction, on the next slide, you will see just briefly, if you don't know Standard Bank, we currently in 20 markets in mainly sub-Saharan Africa. It is an important sector for us to drive, and I'll get to that just now. But within Africa, we see the drive of investment into power projects and sustainable power projects becoming more and more of a theme, and something that we would like to be a driver of and a catalyst. So we have been in Africa for more than 150 years, and certainly very keen to stay in Africa and to make a difference. The next slide gives you a very good idea of our presence countries. You may know as a Stanbic Bank in some of the countries, but more so it's Standard Bank Group. And we would like to see our brand being extended beyond these 20 markets, and we're currently reviewing expanding to 2 more countries over the short to long term. I want to share with you in the next slide, just very briefly, our climate policy, and not to go into any detail, but it has been quite a busy 6 months for most of the commercial banks, especially in South Africa, who have been under pressure around announcing very clear policies. And you will see here very strong commitments being made specifically around sustainable finance. How do we define our approach, and how do we commit in terms of clear investment and funding to the tune of about 50 billion rand over the next 3 years? Certainly quite an important commitment at group level, and something that we are currently implementing as we speak, not only through large-scale renewable programs, but also more generally with our clients. So when you look at the next slide, I thought I'll just include this to give you a sense of how do we see the universe in the power sector. And I think the most important part is the themes that we see coming through. I've mentioned climate change, ESG, all our clients, this is absolutely at top of mind at the moment. How do we, as a client, become more sensitive to ESG and climate change, and how can our commercial bank assist us to be able to do that? And as Standard Bank, we are following a client-centric approach and do have these type of conversations. Linked to that is the energy transition, and how do our clients think about that? How do they adopt to that? Very important for us is to be at the forefront of renewable energy efficiencies, including storage as a technology, and how do we link that into the client opportunity. On the left, and I won't go into detail, is just to give you a sense of the key sectors that we focus on in terms of the power sector, and this is all linked to renewables. This slide is a slide that I always enjoy showing, and not because you can't read the fine print, but to give you a sense of the real activity that is actually happening in Africa around the power sector. And many of you may think that it is slow. It is certainly time consuming as a developer. It takes long, but we do see some green shoots, especially related to sustainable investment and renewables. And I won't go through all of them. There has been a lot of discussion around South Africa and what's happening and where do we take most of our learnings and try to apply that on the rest of the continent. And I'll talk to that just now. But I've highlighted with the green star some of the areas where we started to see more proactive approachment towards especially off-grid or decentralized energy, as we refer to it, opportunities with clients, where the client conversations are becoming more and more around, please have a meaningful conversation on how you as a bank can assist us to apply in terms of sustainable power solutions in a green fashion, but also how can we be more open around financing. And the discussion normally start off with the once-off outright purchase, an EPC type approach, but then quickly move into a more general PPA discussion. And I think this is showing you how the market is starting to develop, and certainly from our side, we need to be more innovative around that and see how we can support our clients. If you move to the next slide, I think the reason why I included this is just to give you a sense of, the energy transition is here, but it is actually not something new. And we've started to do quite a bit of research around where's the energy transition, what does it mean, and where do we see the next phase of investment and funding coming through. And again, this slide shows you the higher positive impact trades or trends that we've seen and how do we link trade to that, and then some of the negative marks. But certainly, one of the key drivers that we've seen is this shift towards renewables. A lot of this is driven globally by EV as well as ESG investment, but we've also seen some negative impacts, where there's a number of countries that do not have sustainable power, and the only solution is fossil fuels. So that's something that we've seen quite prominent in many African countries, but also a shift towards having those integrated resource plans and developing that in line with sustainable solutions. The next slide is really to give a sense towards the shifts that we've seen. And interesting enough, when we researched the shifts in the energy transition, it was quite interesting to see what has been actually being invested globally. So you would see a shift to $500 billion over the last 10 years. This has certainly translated into a bigger share for renewables. Linked to that is the investment in battery storage and storage technologies, which has been the topic of today and something that we've been researching and investigating for quite some time. I think if you move to the next slide, how do we link this to clear opportunity? And I did say that I will focus a bit on South Africa because most of our learnings is out of South Africa. But when we have the energy transition conversation, it is very clear that, our clients want to talk about how do we decarbonize? How do we link our business into the net zero objectives that everybody is setting up? How do we tap into the opportunity as a client, but as a bank? How do we support our clients? And interestingly, You know, if you just look at South Africa, the Presidential Climate Commission made quite a lot of presentations available and work available around the research they're doing. And as a bank, we're quite involved in their projects with the National Business Initiative. But just alone in power, we need 3 trillion rand of investment, which is absolutely significant if you want to transform and take the energy transition in South Africa to the next level. So overall, the goal is to get there by 2050, but you won't be able to do that without relevant partners, without the relevant appetite to take risk and to be able to justify and translate opportunities into investment that will make a difference. The next slide is just, you know, giving you a quick update on where are we in South Africa. And I know many of you have seen the IRP. It's been quite a discussion point around how do we as South Africa transition from coal to renewables. And I'm of the view that you can't do this in isolation by just looking at renewables. You have to bring in either some level of mid-merit support through gas to renewables, or ensure that you bring sustainable storage technologies in a combination of that. I've highlighted there what we see as key drivers. You will notice the shift in South Africa with the 100 megawatt exemption. We see that as a major driver of future investment with renewables as well as storage. And how do we take that opportunity forward? Yes, there are still red tape. We do understand that there's various processes underway to support that and to drive the next phase of investment. And hopefully we will be able to have more meaningful examples. I just want to highlight, you know, I think Frederick highlighted the point around private sector investing in storage technologies. So we've seen a significant uptake in the risk mitigation projects, with us currently involved in 4 projects out of the 5 that we are successful in, mainly driving battery energy storage technology. And I think the most important point from a commercial lender is to understand the bankability issues, to understand how do we address certain risks that we may still be uncomfortable with. For example, integration, for example, warranties, replacement. You know, do we have sufficient comfort with our partners? Do they have the track record? Do we understand how we're going to address any malfunction or any, you know, disparities between sponsor expectation and lender expectation? And to that extent, you know, you have to make sure that you have adequate partners. And I would include not only funding partners, sponsors, and technical partners, but also advisors. We've seen in 3 of our projects, which are quite advanced and ready to go to financial close, that the assistance of, you know, appropriate partners is absolutely critical. Also your funding partners, joining forces with relevant DFIs and assisting each other in terms of the technical work that need to be assessed and reviewed. You know, that is absolutely critical. So I want to close off by just thanking all of you and reiterate the point about partnerships and trying to unlock the value chains that will most probably come out of these investments that we have to invest and take forward in a positive manner. Thank you, everyone.
That's great. Thank you, Rentia. Let me go straight to Mitch. And meanwhile, you know, this is the time for the audience to put questions in the Q&A box as those questions occur to you, and then we'll take them at the end of Mitch's presentation, but questions on all 3 of the presentations, of course. Mitch, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I assume you can see the presentation. Okay. Thanks everyone.
But I can say it's not quite on like full screen mode. So if you go to the right, there is an icon there that should allow you to make it full screen. There we go. Well,
Okay.
it's, oh, well, now I can see before it was better, actually. If anything, it's changed completely.
Let's see. Okay. Maybe if you can share this with Rencha, it might be more easier.
Okay, so yeah, we'll get hold of your presentation and share it on your behalf. So there you go. Thank you, Valeria, and over to you, Mitch.
Okay, thank you very much. And my focus today on the presentation is going to be going a bit more lower into the hardcore financing of renewables plus storage, and what actually makes it more different than the normal renewable energy project. So it's more focus on project finance 101 and how we as Nedbank review the opportunities as well as the risks in terms of financing the renewables plus storage, specifically more focused on South Africa. Okay, next slide. Okay, what I'm going to cover is firstly the opportunity, and we can go next slide. Okay, the opportunity, I think Rencha has given quite a detailed background in terms of renewables and storage and where the place is in terms of renewables and storage in the broader electricity sector in South Africa. And from our perspective, we see the opportunities going forward and why renewables and storage will get a place in terms of South Africa energy mix is mainly because of the rapid declining technology cost, both on solar, wind, as well as on battery storage. And we also see a increased demand for utilities, which would like to see more clean dispatchable electricity available. And the biggest opportunity as we currently see it is to be able to match supply with demand and alleviating renewables intermittency and curtailment going forward to make this more a opportunistic and a viable technology to go forward. And then we've also seen in the CSG space aggressive small-scale corporations who all have sustainability commitments to foster their target of zero carbon in future. Next slide. Okay, then from our perspective, how do we actually see the finance challenge in this space? Well, the first one is offtake in terms of the PPA. Revenue diversity is a bit of a challenge in terms of battery storage because it's unclear on where the certainty of the revenue streams will be. And obviously, linked to that is who's a credit-worthy offtaker behind the PPA. I mean, in terms of the South African risk mitigation program, we've got Eskom with government guarantees, but on the smaller scale CNI space, we need to do more detailed in terms of who the specific offtaker is, especially if we look at the longer term of tenures which we offer in terms of funding these projects. And then what makes it also different in the battery storage space is the technology bankability. I think South Africa has not seen large-scale renewable energy storage type of projects. I think the risk mitigation program is the first one where these projects come to fruition. And obviously, it requires a much more detailed due diligence and drill down in terms of the technology and what the technology risks are. And then, I mean, going forward in terms of the whole process of construction and operations, we need credit-worthy performance guarantees from the operational as well as the construction EPC contractors. And we also need some credible warranties from the equipment suppliers. Next slide. Then I think I've mentioned the storage versus solar revenue certainty. In terms of the longer term bespoke PPAs, the PPAs are not standard and needs to be linked in terms of the revenue certainty and what different revenue stacking streams there are, which we need to ensure that there is certainty. And I've already mentioned the more credit-worthy off-takers. We're looking at, for specifically the banks, that we have the banks who need to look at the mining sector in terms of the off-takers, as well as all the new clients which come to the market in the C&I space, especially on the longer term PPAs, which we are prepared to offer currently from the banking sector for this specific space for the off-takers. And together with the longer terms, which we currently can offer, is that there is a contingency in terms of wheeling options, which are currently becoming more available to the market. And the wheeling options obviously give us an opportunity to extend our tenures in the C&I space, also in the renewable energy and the storage opportunities. Next slide. Okay, I just want to drill down a bit more on the technology risk, because this is something new in the South African and worldwide market. It's more the short track records which aren't available for these type of projects. So it's not possible to go and have a look at a project which got a 10-year plus type of history in terms of the technology or the technical performance. So it is a risk which needs to be addressed from a project finance perspective. And then we obviously need to look at the operation and the degradation risks, which go hand in hand together with the warranties which are being offered by the original equipment suppliers, especially from a battery perspective, to ensure that the operations are within which is required, and the degradations also fall within the warranty periods. And obviously, in terms of reducing this, the risk for us, the main focus is to have experienced main equipment suppliers, which have credit-worthy performance guarantees, and which obviously have the balance sheet to support these type of guarantees and warranties on their equipment. And then the last resort for us as bankers, if there is still some technology risk outstanding, which we cannot, alleviate or park with the equipment suppliers and the construction and own end companies, is to then obviously structure a maintenance reserve account for unforeseen expenses. Next slide. Okay, and just focusing a bit on the EPC and their own M risk. I mean, the South African market has evolved in the renewable energy space, and split EPC type of construction contracts are seen quite general currently. From, for example, in wind projects, we have a typical turbine supply agreement separately to the balance of plant for the construction. And just to come back to battery storage and solar, these are two totally different type of technologies, for example. So it would be difficult to have a fully wrapped EPC agreement. But I mean, we as banks would still favor some kind of fully wrapped EPC agreement in terms of delivering the full project to ensure there is no uncertainty and responsibility risk which we take in these agreements. And again, we need to see experience and credit-worthy O&M contractors who preferably have operated these plants before, and that they have some track record and history in terms of understanding the risks in operating these plants. And then, I mean, the last fallback option for the banks always is to ensure that you have strong EPC and O&M security packages, because these projects have some inherent risk in terms of construction and delays, and as well as to achieve the performances as guaranteed. Next slide. Okay, and that's all from my side. Thank you, and available for questions afterwards.
Great, thank you very much, Mitch, and thank you to all three of you for your presentations. Now is some time for Q&A, and Carlos has very kindly given us a little bit of extra time because we started a bit late, and we know that there's a lot of interest in this topic. Let me ask each of the panelists, and I'll ask in the order in which you spoke, just to keep it simple, a question that's based on something that came in the Q&A box. And my question is this. You've all talked about storage as complementary to renewables, obviously to variable renewables, to solar and to wind. And you've all mentioned in one way or another South Africa's plans to phase out coal power over some period of time, yet to be determined, but to phase out coal power. And a large part of phasing out coal power will obviously be a very large scaling up of the variable renewables. I think right now, solar and wind are, if I remember rightly, about 6% of generation in South Africa. To phase out coal, obviously it needs to go to 60, 70, 80% over some period of time. But it can only do that. It can only go to those, renewables can only go to those percentages if it's complemented by not just a lot more storage than there currently is, but storage that is medium and long duration, not just short duration, because it's going to have to cover much or all of the time that the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing. And yes, there'll be a role for gas and maybe for nuclear, but if renewables go to a high penetration level, then storage needs to go to longer durations than batteries currently provide economically. So my question is how the financing community, how the three of you see that process over a period of time, where you see the needs and opportunities in terms of different storage technologies, and what you think the market needs to do on the demand side in terms of remunerating those storage technologies. What types of market mechanisms, what types of contracts, and so on. I know that's a very broad question. Of course, you can position your answer in terms of the bits of it that you're particularly interested in, but maybe Fred first, and Rentia, then Mitch, if you could give me your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yes, that's a nice warm-up question. Well, look, definitely there will be a need to have, I would not even say storage, there will be a need to have more flexibility tools in the power system in Southern Africa, and not only South Africa, because we tend to forget that the South Africa is connected to its neighbors. And then battery storage will be one of them. As we saw in the last decade, the dominant technology on battery storage has been dominating for one reason. It's because it piggybacked on the electric vehicles technology for storage. And second, the optimal duration of this storage was right the amount that was needed to basically buffer the intermittency of some wind and solar in Western countries. So that's why it got more viable and more mature faster. It does not mean that the other technologies do not have a space. I heard in the previous session just before us that that's basically the flow battery, for instance, that have a longer duration will have their interest and their space in the system. So what we foresee, and that's why on the World Bank side, when we go we have two principles when we go with partners and governments to develop projects on battery storage. One, we start from the need because supply-driven technologies, sometimes you try to make it fit, it does not fit, and then it's counterproductive. And second, we try to be technology agnostic to see if there is a niche somewhere where a technology could fit. So that's why on for instance, the case of Eskom, there has been some battery sites, because Eskom battery program is multi-site. There have been some sites where there was a long duration storage needed. So basically where the flow batteries and long duration batteries could compete. So that's one part of the answer. And then the other part is on, market mechanisms. it's difficult to say in a nutshell that there would be this mechanism and not another one. I know that that currently there is a lot of thinking on how best to use battery in order to let's say maneuver the transition. I think it will be a case by case. What the system operators, the ESCOM transmission sees as the best need for their storage may not be what the renewable energy producers see. So there will be some depending on the dialogue of these different stakeholders, there will be certainly an ad hoc mechanism that is created. Definitely, last thing is that we do not start from scratch, meaning that a lot of countries have been through the policy and market mechanisms hustle that we are going through right now. There is a lot out there that can help us to move faster on this. So we should not recreate, reinvent the wheel on this one. And on that, that's where these platforms that the World Bank created can help to move faster on creating the ad hoc mechanisms that make it work. I stop there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Rentia, do you want to give us your thoughts on these questions?
Thanks, Jonathan. I'll be brief. I think Frederick said quite a lot, and I think the one point I just want to add is the importance of cost. So if you look at storage from a client perspective, and I made the point earlier around, us trying to find ways to be more relevant to our clients. I think the one point that they are skeptical and concerned about is introducing some level of storage technology into a hybrid renewable option for some of these captive power projects. And I think that is one of the key drivers, that as cost is coming down, as technology is improving, we will see more of these projects at that level being constituted. I think the second point I want to make is just around the system operator and managing the system and operating the system. I think, as we've seen in the risk mitigation program, it is probably quite complex in putting a bid window out where, that is the driver to be able to provide a holistic solution, but at the same time, you still sit with a grid that you need to optimize at the same time. So I do think flexible technologies going forward, a rethink of how procurement from private sector will happen and how do we design those programs going forward. But, the last point is just around bankability, and it's always something that everybody say, but only banks understand what bankability is about. And I think at the end of the day, Mitch highlighted quite a number of considerations. Those are the things that especially commercial banks will look at. And as long as we can find ways to be able to address and find efficient ways to fund this, we will definitely continue funding it. And I think it's an exciting path that we're continuing to walk. And as cost is coming down, we will see more and more being implemented. But the key thing I just want to leave with you is we have to take into account cost and what makes sense in the broader scheme. Thanks.
Okay, no, that's great. I may come back to you a bit later on the remark you just made about the need to rethink how procurement is done from the private sector, particularly as regards storage services, because I think that's a very important point. Just one comment on your emphasis on cost. I mean, cost, of course, is the major driver, but one can divide that into, let's call it the technology cost and the financing cost. And on the financing cost, given that, as you know, South Africa, the government of South Africa is negotiating with international partners concessional financing, below market financing for elements of the transition away from coal. If some of that kind of financing could be allocated to storage technologies that are not yet fully commercial, that need a bit of a boost on the cost side, then one way of doing that would be through using some concessional financing to compensate for whatever incremental technology cost there is. And maybe you want to react to that a bit later, but let's go to Mitch, your reflections on these issues.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jonathan. Just in short, to add what Frederick and Rencha was saying, I mean, I think we all are in the race to zero carbon, and we're all supportive in terms of the renewable energy programs to achieve that goal. And to look at the broader picture, we need to understand that the energy security aspect in South Africa is driven by the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan, which is the responsibility of government. And that's how the process is enforced and put to the market. And hopefully in future, with developments in the C&I space, with a lot of new programs and wheeling, which becomes a reality on the Eskom grid, we'll obviously have to inform how the future IRP is going to look like. And I support with Rencha, we need to look what the lowest cost options are in terms of having affordable electricity in South Africa, but we also need to understand that each of these technologies got a specific place. And coal is being phased out for zero carbon targets, as well as the age of these coal power plants, and will have to be replaced in future by some baseload type of technology. And cost will play a role, but energy security also needs to be understood in this whole equation. What we have seen in the market not come to fruition yet is that energy storage, renewables with energy storage has not been properly valued yet, and the different revenue streams, for example, ancillary services which can be offered, have not been properly valued, and in future might make a better case for also funders to have a more positive look in terms of cost for renewable energy and storage projects.
Okay, great. Can I just bring 2 points together? Rentia's point about how to design procurement of storage services along with renewable services from the private sector, and Mitch, your point about how to realize the value of storage through whatever market mechanism is in place, so that investment in storage is adequately rewarded in order to bring forth that investment. Let me ask Rentia first. If you were recommending on how that procurement process should best be structured, I mean, just kind of feel free to give us a sort of stream of consciousness of what you would do in the design of that procurement process if you had that freedom. And then maybe if I can ask Mitch the same question afterwards.
Thanks, Jonathan. I don't think I got the perfect answer, but I do think that we want to find a way to optimize the procurement of storage in a manner that there's flexibility on the grid, and that the system operator have the ability to tap into it as and when required. And I think the current procurement process that we've seen, by putting it into the project's vicinity to be able to bid for some level of base load, may not be optimal. So I do think the potential approach that is currently being followed by both Eskom and the World Bank to do the necessary pilot studies, the research, and learn from others is probably the best. But we need to go through that process to be able to determine what the best process going forward is. And I do think when you procure for purely renewables without storage, and we've seen that in round 5 in South Africa, where the bidding prices and tariffs were versus the risk mitigation program. So I'm not 100% convinced that It's optimizing the value proposition for the country and for the utility.
Okay, thank you. Mitch, do you want to react?
Yes, no, thanks. I mean, the first comment, Jonathan, is to ask banks to comment on procurement processes is actually dangerous because, I mean, it's not something which we get involved in or which we can influence. But I mean, will answer twofold. On the first one, the more a government IRP-driven type of procurement process with Eskom PPAs is a process which we obviously subscribe to, and we look at the opportunities and the risks, and we follow the program and see how we can support the program from a funding perspective within our respective mandates by the banks. And I think that's quite a simple, straightforward program, and it's not for us to question the IRP and the procurement process, although the banks are quite involved in terms of giving our views on what is as Rencha mentioned it, bankable. What we see more currently in the market happening is a more, commercial sector procurement process in the C&I space via mining sectors and other off-takers, which we obviously as banks need to look at the bankability, not only from a banking perspective, but also from a market perspective and the cost to market. Is whatever the mines are procuring or the C&I sector, is it actually the best option in terms of the technology fit for what they actually want to do? Because these are long type of PPAs, and in future, lower cost type of options to solve their specific problem might become an issue. So on that perspective, we actually drill down more in terms of value for money for the customers to see if it's a viable option, which we would like to find.
Okay, great, thank you. I mean, just one observation that some countries are starting to experiment. I mean, Chile, for example, starting to experiment with procurement that says something like this. Instead of saying, give me X megawatts of such and such green generation technology and Y megawatt hours of such and such storage technology, they say, okay, here's the load curve that I want to satisfy, including nighttime energy. Give me a combination of clean technologies that will satisfy that load curve. It's up to you which clean generation technologies you use. It's up to you which clean storage technologies you use and how you combine those in the mix to give us the best price to satisfy that load curve. I mean, it seems to me that kind of flexibility in procurement, perhaps not as easy to design as saying, give me X megawatts of this and Y megawatts of that, but it gives you what you want, and it allows the private sector to optimize the technology combination, because then as technologies improve or the economics of technologies improve, you will get that reflected in the price that you pay for the service. Let me move to another question that I'm seeing in the Q&A box. Somebody is asking, and this is also a broad question, so you can pitch it the way you want. Somebody's saying, okay, it looks like we don't get enough bankable projects. As one of you said, that the term bankability can mean many different things to many people, but you don't get enough bankable projects. One hears that quite often. If you were to say, the top one or two things that would need to change in South Africa to get more bankable projects in this space, renewables and storage, what would those one or two things be? So, I'm giving you a kind of wish list, whether, your wish list, whether you get your Christmas present or not, what would you wish for that would give you a bigger pipeline of bankable projects? Let's start with with Rentia, then Mitch, then Fred.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm the one who said bankability can mean a number of things, and people normally criticize the bank, so I'll take this one on the chin. But on the corporate side, I do think it's still cost, and most of the clients we engage in, you know, when you try to have the conversation around including storage, they shy away because of the cost. And I think the second point, maybe in terms of the blue bullet, will be to have more involvement by the best suppliers in the country on the ground with pilot projects as reference that one could actually go and see. And I think Mitch made the point earlier, you know, there's not many utility scale storage technologies or projects that's been rolled out. So it would be great to have some pilots and showcases on the ground that one could go and assess and review and at least have the conversation. So I think that's the one thing, but we have to start somewhere, and I think that is definitely happening.
Yeah, thanks. Just to add what Rentia was saying, I think in the foreseeable future in South Africa, large utility scale battery storage, renewable type of energy projects will mainly be driven by the IRP process and by government procurement processes. And I think in my presentation, I've drilled down in terms of what we as Nedbank see as bankability. And, you know, under the government guaranteed projects, you always have a secure PPA and you have revenue streams which are quite certain and predictable. So I don't see a big change in terms of the bankability aspects on there. What we currently see is a number of smaller scale storage type of projects in the C&I space, which we are starting to look at. But I need to mention the scale of these type of projects are problematic for bankability point of view, and the predictability of the revenue streams and the small scale of these projects make it extremely difficult for banks to get involved on a big scale on supporting these type of projects. So it will still take a while for some of these smaller projects to come to fruition and be comfortable from a bankability point of view from the banks.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Fred, do you want to give us some thoughts on this?
Yeah, a lot has been said. I will not go to the bankability definition, but I will complement by saying that there is appetite. There may not be bankable projects according to the participant who asked the question, but when I see that there is for bid window 5-7 times the volume of projects that has to be awarded, when I see for the first tender in Africa that all the major battery suppliers are there, when I see that basically the sector is willing to grow and to do more, I think it's much more about not going fast enough. You know, fast enough from tender to COD, fast enough for the transmission to connect the projects, fast enough on many aspects. And then one thing to complement maybe, I see also this is basically creating new opportunities that we maybe don't think of yet. You know, in the last energy crisis, 2008, there were thousands of megawatts of diesel gensets after the matter from the customer side that were installed in order to, you know, because there was a cost of unserved energy that was so high that it was needed. Right now, it can create new needs or new ideas of business development, like battery integrators behind the meters that are basically optimizing that with the utility, like battery suppliers or energy storage suppliers that are working directly with IPPs to mitigate their intermittency and curtailment. It can be many new things that we didn't think of yet. And again, this is I'm not inventing it. It exists in other countries already. So let's see where we can move faster. I think the bankability aspect is hiding behind the question of, timing to accelerate all this. Over.
Great, thank you. So this is a good place to end. Many new things that we didn't think of yet, as you just said, because I think the sense that you're all giving in your in your presentations and in your answers to questions is this is a very rapidly evolving and open area. I mean, it's evolving in terms of the technology and the technology cost. It's evolving in terms of the demands in the power system and where that's going to go, and it's evolving in terms of the types of financing available: commercial financing, concessional financing, and so on. And that government has a major role to play in that also. Let me close this webinar here. Thank you to our panelists for their great contributions. Thank you to the participants for being here and for sending in questions. Let's close the session at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and all of our panelists. We have a new shiny slide here that we want to show, saying thank you to all of you who've been here with us today. It was very insightful, and well, I really hope to see you all here again. I was going to say next year, but maybe even sooner, when we can talk about a few transactions that have been carried out in South Africa for energy storage projects. So yeah, great to see you all, and thank you for being with us. See you here next time.